This is not my calendar. Yes.
That goes to Grace. No. Now you're going to go. Now you're going to go.
Good afternoon. This is the Board of Appeals, Town of Hempstead, November 12th, 2 p.m. meeting.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, do you have any opening remarks?
Yes, for those of you who have not appeared before us, the priority in terms of calling the cases, we will first address any adjournments. If there are no adjournments, then we'll get into calling the calendar in order. The way we conduct the hearings, the applicant presents their case. If there are any people in opposition, we'll give them the opportunity to be heard, and then the applicant or the applicant's representative will be given the opportunity to sum up. After which we'll close the cases. We accept almost any relevant evidence during the hearings, but once the hearings are closed, we will not accept any additional evidence. The entire proceeding or proceedings are being videotaped. They're archived. You can refer to them in the future. We do have a court reporter, so we would ask that you speak slowly and clearly so that she can take everything down. Some of the cases will be decided this afternoon and others will not. You can call the office tomorrow if you believe your case is being decided today. Patrick?
Mr. Chairman, we have an adjournment request for this afternoon, case 58225, Oceanside, 361 Atlantic Avenue Company, LLC, also known as 361 Atlantic
Where's
Avenue.
the file?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Good afternoon.
Kevin McDonough, calling indictment 333 Pearl Ovington Boulevard, Uniondale, New York, on behalf of the applicant, 361
Thank you.
Atlantic Avenue Company, LLC. Unfortunately, I need to request an adjournment, which I have not had the privilege of being before the board for over 10 years, and I really was looking forward to.
Is it that long? 10
presenting
years?
today. It's been a long time. We received recently a comment in the portal related to FEMA, which was a FEMA variance was going to be one of the aspects. And so for that reason, we need to modify the plans and request an adjournment, and we'll send an amended notice when we have that date. And also, there was one objection filed, and this will give us some time to see if we can resolve the concerns of the residents that
We have, we have three other people who were signed in as interested. Do any of you want to say anything
About the adjournment.
about the adjournment? The way it works here is this is the first time the case is on, and ordinarily we'll grant an adjournment unless there is a really, really good reason why we shouldn't do that. Anyone here, anyone else like to speak?
Mr. Boone, you're with the applicant, right?
Yes, I am. Just, we'll pre-patch the sign. We have to send new notices
New
out.
notices.
So we'll be amending the actual variance. Good to see you.
Mr.
New
McDonough,
note-
you mentioned something about deciding on a date, or what were the parameters? What about,
Well, I was gonna ask if we could have January 21st to give us enough time to work with the building department on the provisions of the plan. We need to discuss it with them first.
As long as there's no additional variances, new mailings do not have to go out. But we do ask that the sign be patched with the new date.
Okay, so we'll make sure that the sign has the new date
Mr.
on it.
Chairman, January 21st at 2 PM works.
Okay.
and those of you who are here, in case you didn't, who've already signed in, you're not gonna get another notice in the mail, so mark the calendars now, okay? I think a couple other people were.
Three. Well, actually, no. We have, Mr. Bavone couldn't make up his mind, so he checked the interested and the in favor box. Mr. McDonough did the same thing, so, and Barry Nelson is, so, okay, that's it. Thank you.
And by the way, this was gonna be his last appearance as an attorney in retirement, but now he's coming back on the 21st.
Is there something I'm missing? Because this is the second retirement of the day.
Today, that's correct.
Is it anything we said or did, Mr. McDonough?
No, I was looking forward to this, like I said, so thank you.
Okay.
Great, thank
See you in January.
you.
Not yet, unless they live in Manhattan.
Mr. Chairman, I do not have any other requests
right.
for an adjournment this afternoon.
Okay,
First, we have cases 57525 through 57725, Merrick, Hildebrando, Rincon, variance, front yard average setback, maintain portico attached dwelling, maintain shed higher than permitted and exceeding horizontal maximum on two sides, special exception to maintain second accessory structure pavilion higher and larger than permitted and exceeding horizontal maximum on two sides, also known as 1449 Fraser Avenue.
I do.
Please take a seat, state your name and address for the record.
Scott Tyrone, 54 Willis Avenue, Mineola, New York, 11501. Yeah.
all right,
Again, I'm Scott Tyrone, 54 Willis Avenue, Mineola, New York, 11501. I am here representing Mr. Hildebrando Rincon, as the owner of 1449 Fraser in Merrick. It's Section 55, Block 7, Lot 671, and it's in the Residence B District. We're seeking a few variances. One is from Article 7, Section 70, for the front yard average setback of the portico. It's Article 7, 75C for a shed with a 12'3" horizontal dimension. Article 7, Section 75C for the shed being 9 foot 9 inches tall. Article 7, Section 75C3 for having two accessory structures, so we have a shed and a pavilion. Article 7, Section 75C for a pavilion that is 19 feet 11 inches in a horizontal dimension. And Article 775C for a pavilion being 13 foot 3 inches tall. The Rincones moved into the area in 2021 to be closer to their children and grandchildren. If you look at the radius map, both the son is directly behind them, and the daughter is across the street from them. So both of them were part of the canvas letters. They moved in the neighborhood, like I said, to be closer to the family. They are in their 80s, and I had worked with them on their house in Mineola that they sold. So they asked me to come take a look at the new house they purchased to see if there were any violations, because they didn't want to leave any, and God forbid something happened to them, they didn't want to leave any problems with their children. When I did go there, I noted many things that did not have permits and were, needed variances from the board. The Rincones decided to file these permits and legalize everything.
So let's go over the basic numbers to get them on the record.
Yep. So we're here for a portico that violates the average front yard setback. The average front yard setback, if you look at the radius map, every house is between 25 and 26 feet, including ours. There's one home that's 58.3 feet, and that totally threw off the front yard to where we don't meet the average.
Right, what's the front yard average then, even though we know that's a caveat? And what do
Yeah, the front yard average then, I believe, was like 26 feet, and we're like
26.
25 point.
And you're
You're at
proposing,
25?
Yeah, so the dwelling is 25.2, and the portico is 19.35. The portico extends out 5.85 feet.
Okay.
At 25.2, we are one of the closest to the street if you look at the radius map, but everyone is pretty much between 25 and 26, but that one house at 58.3 is a real, it really throws the average off and skews it, because I believe our average is 32.18, but that's, again, if you could discount that one house, it would bring it down tremendously.
okay, let's do the shed numbers.
Yeah, the shed is 12 feet 3 in one dimension, instead of the 12 feet. It is under the 144 square feet. It is only 101.83, so it is less than the maximum. It's just, it's 3 inches longer than it should be. And it's also 9'9" to the top of the peak.
9'9", and the shed is rectangular, so you have two sides that are 12.3, I take it.
One is 12.3, the other is 8.31. So
Well,
again,
there's
the
four
shed.
yeah.
sides.
Oh, yeah, 12.20,
Two.
yeah, 12 for 3, 12.3, and then 8.31 and 8.31.
Okay, so then let's do the pavilion.
The pavilion is compliant on two sides. It's 11 feet, 11 inches. And then the other two, I believe we submitted photos with the variance. It's 19 foot, 11 and a half inches.
Okay.
It does house a barbecue table. That's where the Rincones barbecue and just kind of eat and get out of the sun.
And it needs height and it needs
It
larger,
needs, yeah, it's
so
13 foot, where are we? I think it's 13 foot 3 in height.
versus the 9 allowable.
9 foot allowed, yeah.
And 144 allowable, what do you have on square feet?
So, the pavilion is, I'll tell you right now. Right here.
There's a pavilion. There's a photo of the pavilion.
19.96 times 11.92, if you got your calculator.
Yeah, for calculation.
No enclosure on the pavilion.
Just do quick math.
Joe, you have photos of the pavilion?
Looks like that other one we had.
237.9.
Where, of course, 144 is allowed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Again, the pavilion is in the rear yard. It's directly behind the house. It's not visible from the street at all. You can't see the,
Does the pavilion, I see it's an open pavilion, but
It's
it's
open.
attached to the dwelling. I'm sure it has,
No,
oh,
it's
it looked like it was
detached.
attached.
yeah, no, it's
No.
detached from the dwelling.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure it has electrical. Is there any,
There's no plumbing to it, but there is electrical. There's
and
lights.
no heat or air?
No. The Rincones go to Florida in the summertime, so they have no reason to heat it. But it's totally open on all four sides.
Everybody's going. No heat, no enclosure.
Is that? The original.
Yeah.
Which document is that? Ms. First has checked on the front yard average that's applicable to how much of a variance you
Yeah.
need.
I
and
think it
where-
comes out to 2696 if you get rid of that one house.
Yeah, well, I want to put it on the record.
All right.
So where it seemed it was 58, which would have been a significant variance.
Yeah.
As it turns out, so the corner was used, which isn't supposed to happen, and as you properly indicated, the required is 29.34, so your portico, you got a 6-foot portico enclosure permitted. Anyway, it's a much less significant variance.
Yeah, the degree is less.
Christine, I'll give you those numbers.
Yeah.
Okay. He's not going to close the portico,
No, that brings it down tremendously.
right? No, we didn't.
I apologize.
No problem.
Both as to the pavilion and the portico.
Yes.
If the board were to approve this case, would your client accept the condition that they not be further enclosed?
Absolutely.
Yep.
I've already, I did speak to them about that,
Yep.
100%.
Any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Move the hearing be closed. Matter be placed on the decision calendar. You'll be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered.
Second?
very much.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Next, we have cases 57825 through 57925, Oceanside, Stephen Oswald, maintain frame shed higher than permitted, exceeding horizontal maximum with less than required side yard setback and lot area occupied variance. Special exception to maintain second accessory structure, vinyl shed, with less than required side yard setback and lot area occupied variance, also known as 305 Lynx Drive West.
Kurt Jacobs, architect, 201 Northwest Drive, Farmingdale, New York.
Good afternoon.
Good
Mr.
afternoon.
Jacobs.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Stephen Oswald has asked me to appear before you with his variance request. They have owned their house for 41 years. We are seeking relief for 2 existing sheds. The wood shed is 6.19 feet by 12.23 feet with 12-foot maximum allowed. The height is 9 foot 7 inches with 9 foot allowed. It is 1.07 feet from the side yard with 2-foot minimum required. The shed stores lawnmower and other outdoor furniture. The final shed, which meets all length, width, and height requirements, has been there for 15 years and is 0.94 feet from the property line.
Do you want to repeat that, please?
The what?
Could you repeat that? Since
The vinyl shed, which meets all length, width, and height requirements, is 0.94 feet from the property line with 2.0 foot minimum required. This shed stores all Mr. Oswald's accessories for his boat, since they are on a canal. I do have a consent letter from the abutting side yard neighbor most affected, D. Lorenzo, at 299 Lynx Drive West.
we'll accept it.
The maximum lot coverage allowed is 30%. With these existing sheds, the lot coverage becomes 30.6%. The existing pool deck and fence has an application filed at 25-818, and the attached shed to the house with deck above has an application filed 25-816.
Mr.
That
Jacobs,
concludes our case.
are you saying you're using 30 for lot area occupied? I take it because of decking?
Yes.
And is the deck, what's the height of the deck off grade? Less than 8 inches?
Yes. And I even was told I could subtract the semi-in-ground pool from the lot coverage, and it still came out to a little over 30%.
Yeah, I mean,
Point
you're
six.
barely over anyway.
Point six. It's all de minimis.
And,
That concludes your case, Mr. Jacobs?
yes, sir.
Any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Jacobs, you'll be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Maintain an air conditioner.
Next, we have case 58025 Baldwin, William Braun, variance, side yard, maintain AC unit on platform attached dwelling, also known as 1070 McKinley Street.
Lisa Koshia with
Yes, it's
Permits
up
or
for
Us,
sale.
338 Jericho Turnpike, number 396, Syosset, New York, 11791. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm here representing Mr. Braun, who wishes to maintain an AC unit. This property is located in a Residence B zone. The AC unit has a side yard setback of 3.7 feet, where 5 feet is required. My client has sold his home and money is currently in escrow. Mr. Braun respectfully requests your approval.
That's the only variance you need, correct?
Yes, correct.
Any other questions from the board? Not, do I have a motion?
Move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Chia will be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have case 58125 West Hempstead, Rachel Fryman, variance, lot area occupied, construct addition, 2-story and 2nd-story additions, all attached dwelling, also known as 267 Windsor Lane.
Todd O'Connell, architect, doing business at 1200 Veterans Highway, Hauppauge, New York.
David Fryman, applicant.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, everyone. Representing Mr. Fryman here beside me is looking to expand their home as they have a very large family. They need some home office space and larger kitchen, larger dining room for their family. So unfortunately, as we approached the plans, we needed to and came up with a plan that worked for their family. We have a slight encroachment, or not encroachment, but a slight request for some extra relief on lot coverage. Currently, he has 3 children, and as I mentioned, he does work from home, so he needs an extra office space. So on the upper floor, we're looking to have a total of 5 rooms, one of which being office, and each one of his children to have their own room. On the lower level, we're expanding to increase the size of their kitchen, which needs to be a kosher kitchen, have a small sitting room, and a much larger dining room as well. The addition itself is all to the back of the residence, so it doesn't going to have any effect on the surrounding neighborhood or the character of the neighborhood along the street frontage. And he did receive some letters of consent from 3 adjoining neighbors that are on the same block as him, which I could submit.
We'll accept them.
Mr. O'Connell?
Yes.
In looking at the floor plan, I see the cellar floor plan here, and very lightly was like a bathroom and some rooms. Is it done this way because there is or was a bathroom that you're eliminating now?
That's correct.
And what is the purpose of the request for the cellar, exterior cellar entrance?
Right now, it's not in the budget, but the ultimate goal is to finish the basement for his children. But he's not going to be able to do it all at the same time as the project.
Why could he not
But
put it in?
why would he need an exterior cellar entrance for the kids to use the basement?
Because his children are young and, they're going to want a place to play, so that's their entrance to and from, the basement and the yard and into their cellar.
But what I'm saying is, there's a staircase in the house to go down there and play.
That's correct, but it's towards the front of the house, so if the children are playing and they're going in and out from the yard, they gotta go all the way inside to the front of the house and, and to get down into the basement as opposed to just being able to go from the outside down.
And with the removal of the bathroom down there, and there looks to be, I guess there was a kitchen down there or something? It looks like
No,
a
no.
partial kitchenette or something. I mean, it's very lightly done, but,
That's a laundry room.
okay, with the removal of that, there's no reinstallation of a bathroom down there planned?
That is correct.
Thank you.
With regard to the egress window on the north side,
Yes.
how is that, it encumbers the side yard. How do we allow emergency egress to the rear yard?
My understanding is with the building department, you've done this before, as long as the egress window is ground level and you have a grate that's walkable to walk over, that it can be put into the side yard.
And that will be, I know that, but that will be the way this is going to be constructed,
That's correct.
with the grate and below just about at grade.
That is correct.
Very good.
Actually, the way we draw it in the plan.
I didn't see that. It wasn't
Well,
exposed.
the construction plans, yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. O'Connell, you and your client and anyone else who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Second, all in favor? Opposed?
Next, we'll be calling case 39525, Near Valley Stream, Stephen Freeman. Variances, height, lot area occupied, front yard average setback, side yards aggregate, rear yard construct dwelling, demolish existing dwelling, also known as 739 Dumont Place.
Oh, I see. Well, you know where it is. It's in South Valley Stream. Right?
Mr. McKevitt, congratulations on getting reelected.
You still get to kick me around for a while, so you and everyone else. So for the applicant, Taz McKevitt, Son, Ward, Brapp, Coscignano, 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Uniondale, New York, 11553. Before I begin, Mr. Chairman, as you do know, there's a new film on Netflix, which has come to much acclaim recently. They've been announcing it's called Frankenstein by Benicio del Toro, so I highly recommend it. This is a case, before I begin, to say,
We kind of missed that.
And could you repeat that, Mr. McKeon?
I was saying that Netflix debuted a new film last week by Benicio del Toro, but it should be pronounced Frankenstein, not Frankenstein. It's got a lot of acclaim, so yes, just so you know. It is live on Netflix right now,
So can we refer to you as Mr. McKevitt in the
Yes.
future?
for today.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. This is located at 739 Dumont Place in Valley Stream. It's located, again, 287.91 feet east of Crestview Avenue, known as Section 39, Block 592, Lot 20, on the land tax map of Nassau County, located in the residential B zone. Before I begin, this originally had a date in July, and at that point, we decided to adjourn the hearing, and then it was adjourned to September as well. Finally, it was redone at this point. What happened was the original plans had a top-level attic space with a very elaborate circular staircase, had numerous dormer windows up there, had a high ceiling, and upon conversing with my client, I indicated that I did not think that was the best design which would be receptive to this board. So we then refiled new plans back in September, which the building department denied in September 11th.
They don't affect any of the variances whatsoever, but the one things we did is we got rid of the circular staircase going up to the attic level. As a matter of fact, there's no staircase going up to the attic level. It's just a hatch now. We removed a number of those dormers around the top as well too, and now the height of that level is now 6 feet 6 inches.
Okay, so that being said, Mr. McKevitt, let me make sure, the plans I'm looking at look like they might be the wrong ones.
I think they're the wrong one, because even though I went through the building department, I just gave the council the correct plans, which again shows the change in the attic space, again, the hatch, the removal of the dormers, as well as the issue with the height of the ceiling.
So where am I getting accurate plans? Where am I getting the ones that I need to use going on?
I know I gave them to Ms. Clancy just a moment ago. I gave you 2 copies, and hopefully we'll be able to track them down. We got rid of dormers. Just one dormer in the rear. Still the height. Right. Height, total height of the house. Height from the crown of the road. Who did? Just deny it, re-deny it. I recall September 7th, you denied September 7th. Yeah, the architect could have done a better job putting new dates in the plans, but they were the ones that was filed with the building department September 7th, and Mr. Carnival re-denied them on September 11th. Again, essentially the exterior didn't change, he just re-denied them because, again, there was a change in the interior plans of the house. But the variance did not change. September 7th.
And then September 11th.
Mr. Carnival sat in front of me, re-denied them again, gave them the same denials they did previously.
No, yeah. That is. Yeah, all right. Let's go through it.
And I think the page which is most significant, if you look at page A6 of the plans, that's where you see the most dramatic change. Again, the staircase is gone, it simply is a hatch. And again, except for one, dormer which looks out to the rear of sort of a landing, all the other dormers are all removed.
There's the hatch. How difficult is it?
Right, A6.
See how to floor plan.
That doesn't look like the most significant page to me, but okay.
Well, only because, again, there used to be this spiral staircase, which just struck out you that shouldn't be going up to an attic level. So we got rid of it.
Goes up to the attic
No.
level.
Just a hatch.
What, how,
And the elevator overrun or something?
Right, the elevator goes up there, obviously, just for that portion, but it's no longer a staircase going up there. Okay. So the premise is 69 feet wide by 100 feet deep, totals 6,900 square feet. occupied by a two-story frame, single-family colonial dwelling, originally constructed in 1961. Currently has a lot coverage of 23.9%, a front yard setback of 25.2 feet, a side yard of 12 feet to the east, 11 feet 8 inches to the west.
Say those numbers again.
Currently, the lot coverage right now is 23.9. The front yard is 25.2. And the side yard on the east is 12 feet, and side yard on the west is 11 feet 8 inches. So it's an application to demolish the house and construct a new 2.5-story dwelling. The new house will have a front yard which will be smaller by 6 inches from the current one, from 25 feet 2 inches to 24 feet 5 inches. The side yard on the east is required to have 5 feet 9 inches. We're providing 9 feet 10 inches. And the side yard to the west, we're providing 5 feet 9 inches, where is required. We're providing 5 feet, and most of that is actually a window well. So the structure itself is 8 feet. The aggregate required is 17 feet 3 inches, providing 10 feet 2 inches. The lot coverage will increase from 23.9% to 29.9%. And what I gave the board this time is I gave you a list of all the lot coverages on all the houses on Dumont Place. Rather than me going and verbally reading to you and me getting myself confused as well, so I did, and I put in highlight yes. I made it easier for all of us. But what I did was there, more importantly, I put in highlighted versions of those which are greater than what we're seeking today at the 29%. And we also indicated, too, there are 4 cases which have been granted variances by this board. Those are the cases which I gave to council before we began the presentation today. But those are variances which are granted by this board. One was in 1998, another in 2012, one in 2023, and another in 2024. And again, I've submitted as exhibits all decisions from the boards which granted variances. Again, one of them is up to 35.93%. Again, Cranford Avenue, which is actually to the side of the premises, actually on the radius map, is 33.6%. These are all either on the street or in the same lot, or in the same block, or what the lot coverages are. So when you look at the area character, what we're actually doing is actually less than the area character for most of the homes. If you notice, when I put on 757 and 763 Dumont, they are 26.3% and 25.4%, but they're very oversized lots. One of the lots is 7,800 square feet, the other is 8,600 square feet. So again, they have lesser lot coverages because the way dynamics in the neighborhood, it's a greater lot size. So if you had regular same size lot as the rest, it would probably be a similar type of lot coverage than what we're looking at today. One thing which we are doing is the existing height is 22 feet 7 inches. The proposed height is 34 feet 3 inches, which does, of course, appear high. But I indicate that on the case which I handed up actually, on September 14th, 2022, in case number 550 of 22 at 745 Dumont Place, which is the house immediately next door, immediately to the east, the board there did grant a lot coverage of 36.2% and a height of 34 feet 3 inches. I do notice it's the same owner. One is for the owner, one is for his daughter, who live in the house next door. So again, my parents did not provide me for a house to live next door, but then again, I don't think I'd live next door to my parents either. So I'll just leave it at that. So 2 minutes is more than enough distance for us to cover. But again, I did give a list of the lot coverages from the area to show that the lot coverage we are doing is certainly within the area character, and actually it's less than what you see the majority of the homes are in the subject matter area.
Yeah, but if I add the 2 9-foot ceilings, fine.
Yes.
And then 1.5 feet between those 2 floors, right? And 6'6" for the attic,
Right.
right? That gets me to 27,
Right.
right? And then there's another 2 foot that you have from the top of the attic to the top of the ridge.
Right.
So that still gets me to about 29.
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard to appreciate the rationale for height variance, one of the most significant variances that we grant, even if
Right.
the board made a mistake once before granting it
Sure.
somewhere in the neighborhood. When you could build this house without a height variance.
I informed my client, the architect, of that, and they said the reason why they designed it that way was because the aesthetic impact and look at it. I indicated the board may have a different opinion on it, and if the board has a different opinion on it, then you will do what you need to do. So, I'll leave it at that. I did have a long talk, and I tried to go and get it down, and this is what they gave me, indicating that the board may very well reject that variance. If that's what you so choose to do, I understand it. Again, I did make that inquiry.
I understand.
Sometimes you have clients who sometimes listen to you, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they listen a little bit.
Like your children.
No, they don't listen to me at all. No. That is my case, Mr. Chairman.
Move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. McKevitt, you and anyone else who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it is ready.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Aye.
Next, we have case 24725, East Meadow, Jewish Heritage Center of Queens and Long Island. Special exception for proposed religious use and religious education. Waive off-street parking with insufficient maneuvering aisle and access driveway width for two-way traffic with a special exception to park in Res B district and parking in the front yard setback and with side yards variance. Construct two-story building, demolish existing building, also known as 1440 Prospect Avenue. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Please take a seat and state your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. William Benesso for Celli Ding and Tirana, 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Uniondale, New York, here on behalf of the applicant, Jewish Heritage Center of Queens and Long Island. Seated to my right is Rabbi Turk. He is a principal and representative of the Heritage Center. To my left is Mr. Aaron Mackless of Build Architects. He's our architect. And also here this afternoon, and whom you'll hear from, are Mr. Barry Nelson and Mr. Wayne Muller to provide expert real estate and traffic testimony. The application before the board this afternoon involves a parcel of property known as 1440 Prospect Avenue
in East Meadow. It is situated on the southeasterly side of Prospect Street in the hamlet of East Meadow, just to the, just want to get 1 second. Excuse me, just to the south of Garden Lane. Adjacent to the property to the north are single-family residences that back up to the property. Adjacent to the south is a parcel of property known as 1430 Prospect Avenue. That property is improved with a building that is actually leased from the East Meadow Jewish Center by my client in connection with a preschool operation that they maintain there. And then to the south of that is the East Meadow Jewish Center. The property is situated within the Residence B district. It is a relatively large property at 25,000 square feet, 100 feet of frontage, 250 feet deep. It's presently improved with a dwelling, but the applicant is proposing to demolish that and build a new 2-story plus a basement building to be used as their new Jewish Heritage Center. When I say new, I say that because they are already in the community, as you'll hear in greater detail from Rabbi Turk, just up Prospect Avenue to the north at 1544 Prospect. They currently legally maintain a facility that they are operating and conducting their activities at. Now, this application was filed earlier this year. As originally filed, it was based on a plan prepared by Build Architecture, and denials were issued. The matter was scheduled a couple of times. On July 2nd, it was adjourned because the neighbors whom we had met with decided to secure counsel, so it was adjourned to September 12th. There were submissions made shortly before that September 12th date, which my clients and our consultants wanted to review, so we adjourned the case to the present date of November 12th. Excuse me, it was September 17th, not September 12th. September 17th, and it was adjourned to today, November 12th.
Did they hire outside counsel?
Yes, they have outside
They
counsel.
do.
He's here this afternoon, Mr. Walsh.
Mr. Walsh, good morning, afternoon.
And as a result of some of the comments that were made and contained in the responses that were issued by an engineer retained by the neighbors, my client looked at the site plan, worked with a engineering firm, and prepared a modified plan by Weinberg Lim, which was submitted to the building department and reviewed. That is the one that is now before the board, dated September 25th. It was reviewed by the building department. The building department indicated that it did away with 2 variances that we needed, which were for insufficient maneuvering aisles and for access driveway width for 2-way traffic, and instead, because of the new configuration and because of the new design of the parking spaces, we had to ask for a variance for insufficient stall size at 8.5 feet instead of 9 feet wide.
Wait, now?
Yes, now, correct. That is what the present notice indicates.
Okay, I didn't think I had stall size on mine. I was actually just going through the parking. Mine has maneuverability, aisle, and
that-
access driveway width for 2-way traffic.
That's the old notice.
Park and Res B district and front yard with side yard variance, but I don't have, but that's my current calendar.
The current notice that was mailed out to the neighbors after the change was made was for, let me just, special exception for proposed religious use and religious education, waive off-street parking with insufficient stall size, with a special exception to park in Residence B district and parking in the front yard setback, and with a side yard variance to construct a two-story building. As indicated, new notices were mailed to the neighbors with the correct relief, as was the sign modified at this site. Okay. Okay. So, as indicated, the application is proposing a new two-story building with a basement. And as we've just touched upon, it does require relief from this board. Obviously, as a place of religious use and education, it will require a special exception from this board for that use. Yes, sir.
Regarding the notice, was the sign outside posting updated to reflect
Yes,
exactly what the notices that you sent out?
yes,
He's photocopying it also for the rest of us.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Yeah. In addition to that relief, there is a requested waiver of off-street parking with insufficient stall size as referenced. The property actually provides 27 parking spaces. However, being in the Residence B district and some of it being in the front yard setback, the building department deems, quote-unquote, none of the spaces to be qualified, so consequently we ask for a waiver. That said, there are 27 spaces that will be on site and are proposed to provide for the needs of the facility.
What's your requirement, Mr. Vanessa, do you know?
I'm sorry?
What's the
The requirement is 80 stalls. In addition to that, there's a special exception as referenced to park in the Residence B district and for parking in the front yard setback. And there is a side yard setback variance necessitated not by the building, but actually by a patio that is above grade, that has a pergola on it, that is 12.4 feet from the southerly property line of the property. That said, that southerly property line is adjacent to the preschool that my client holds a lease on and utilizes. So it does not have an impact on that property, a
Mr.
negative impact
Benesso?
on that property. Yes.
Regarding the parking, there were no spaces approved or allowed by the buildings department, correct?
Well, that's why they call it a waiver.
Yes, I
Because
realize.
they're in Residence B and because they're in the front yard setback and because of the stall size.
So
But
you-
I don't want the board to get the impression that there's no parking on site. There are 27 parking spaces
all
proposed for the site.
substandard by the building department requirements.
Correct, correct. And Mr. Manklis can speak to this directly, having been at the, having had the communications with the building the building plans examiner. But when they talked about the plan and the modifications that were being made, the determination was that it would be better to have slightly smaller, albeit insufficient spaces at 8.5 feet of width as opposed to 9 feet of width, but to instead do away with the variances for the two-way drive aisle width deficiency and for the maneuverability. So that's why that change was made.
Because you don't need the, I mean, how, what enabled you to make that change? Did you make that
The-
wider aisle? Or?
The way it was redesigned with the parking, initially there were rows of parking, and now, as you'll see, the parking is configured, providing a open circular area, basically, or square area behind all the parking spaces where it'll provide for better maneuverability and movement. So that being said, I would like to now introduce Rabbi Turk and just go through how this property will be utilized. I too had to find out, just what a Jewish Heritage Center is. So I asked the rabbi to please just touch upon first generally, what kinds of activities you conduct at your present site and will conduct at this site.
Okay, sure. Thank you. My name is Eli Turk, 1648 Prospect Avenue, East Meadow. I actually live a couple of blocks down from this site. So Jewish Heritage Center is a community-based nonprofit religious organization. Been around for over 30 years. We've been in East Meadow for around 10 years. In terms of what we do, we serve the Jewish community in East Meadow and the surrounding area by providing educational and experiential learning experiences. That means through services, through classes, what you commonly know as Bible classes or classes like that. We do a Sunday school for children. We have the preschool next door, and we do different events on the Jewish holidays like Hanukkah, the high holidays, and other just engagement events like we have before the holiday comes up. We'll do an instructional thing for the kids on like before Rosh Hashanah on shofar and what that is and how to blow a shofar, and we do educational classes. Should I go through the week?
We'll get to that.
Okay.
So just to summarize, you have religious holiday events, you have religious education for adults and children, that's correct. Religious speaker engagements.
Yeah.
You'll have study sessions with rabbis.
Correct.
Hebrew school learning for children.
Yep.
And you're proposing to have classrooms for the Jewish preschool that you operate next door.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of your activities, talk to me about the Hebrew school. What are the ages? What are the numbers that are associated with
So
that?
our Hebrew school is a small Hebrew school. It's for kids that are to receive instruction Sunday mornings, religious instruction. It runs from 9:15 to 11:15 Sunday morning, and it runs from kids from age kindergarten to bar bat mitzvah age, so that's 7th grade. And currently, right now, we have like about 8 kids in our Sunday school, so it's very small Sunday school, and
So that's only on Sundays?
that's only Sundays. Yeah.
Okay. And the Children's Learning Center, as you might call it,
Right.
Talk to me about that.
So then we have the preschool, which is for ages 2 to 5. That's currently next door in 1430 Prospect Avenue. We rent that from the East Meadow Jewish Center. We have a class for 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds, and 4-year-olds. There's approximately 20 kids in that preschool. The plan is to have additional classrooms in this building. So with the limited sizes of classrooms and how many kids you can have per classroom, our idea is if there's growth, we'll be able to have classrooms next door to where we currently have in 1430 Prospect Avenue.
Do you own the building next door, the?
No, we have a
synagogue, or-
lease from the East Meadow Jewish Center for that preschool building, but we're not the owners of that property.
And you use their facility, but
Right.
you're not a
Right.
quote-unquote affiliate?
We're not affiliated at all. We're a separate 501c3 and we're a separate entity, and we just rent they were closing down their preschool, and we were looking to open one about 2017, and we rent that facilities from them.
And your schooling is strictly with the Jewish faith, so to speak?
Yeah, the preschool is a combination. It's a fully accredited licensed preschool for early childhood, and we have both religious and classic instruction there.
Thank you.
And as you said, you have a lease and you have options to extend that lease as well.
Yes, we've been there since 2017, and we have just signed a new lease last year with the option to continue as needed.
And it's not your intention to
Not at all.
close that school?
Not at all.
Should this be approved?
No, part of the choice of the location of this property, one of the factors is it to be near that preschool, so we could grow and make our services all be together in the same place, right next door to each other.
And that site, by the way, has additional parking spaces, is that correct? How many
Right,
parking
so
spaces?
that's, I think it's, was it 13? I don't remember the
think
exact
it's
number.
13.
13 spaces in
13 or
itself also
14.
that we could utilize for additional parking from what we have next door, or we hope to have next door.
That being said, we're not asking that the board rely on that property. We're just indicating is there and available for the time that they have it, but we expect to establish to the board that the 27 on-site spaces will be sufficient to accommodate the needs of the 80, or the demand that is shown to be an 80 space requirement. In terms of adult education, talk to me about that. I think you were going to have classes.
Right, so typically we have a class Sunday morning for adults, like what you call, I guess, a Bible class. We have about 6-7 people that come Sunday morning. Obviously, we'd love for that to grow a little more, but it's not a major event. And we have on Tuesday nights, we have a women's religious study group, and on Wednesday nights, we have a men's religious study group. That's an average weekly so basically 3 times a week we have classes, and then there's also one-on-one learning with rabbis that go on according to people's schedules as needed or wanted.
Okay. And then you will also have services, as I understand it?
Yes. So we do offer, and we plan to offer in this building, services on Saturdays. That's a religious prayer service. It's designed for people of all affiliations and backgrounds. But it's a classic traditional prayer service.
How many people do you expect to attend that?
Between probably, I'd say about 30 people. It's not a main. It's not the classic traditional Orthodox services that they have in the neighborhood. This is more a outreach affiliate, bringing in people who need a more learners service and learn about praying. So it's.
Let me ask you, how many families are affiliated with your organization?
So we have over 100 families that are affiliated. In terms of the core families that I guess are involved on a regular basis, more than just coming once or twice a year, is probably about 50 families or so.
Okay. So now, if you would, take me through what you would say would be a standard week. What would be occurring on Sundays, from morning to evening?
So on Sundays, you said?
Sunday.
So Sunday is just, what would happen on a regular Sunday is Sunday morning there would be Sunday school from 9:15 to 11:15. At the same time, there would be study classes for adults at the same time. That's all that happens on Sundays and on a regular Sunday.
And are there Sunday evening events?
Not typically. There may be, if it's pre-Hanukkah or pre-Purim or one of these holidays, then we may have a pre-holiday event. That would be a couple times a year.
And what would that be? What would that be comprised of? How many people? What kind of activities?
So it really depends on the holiday and the type of activity. Our largest one is Hanukkah. That definitely gets the largest people. We've been doing this big Hanukkah event for a number of years now, and that draws close to 200 people. That's by far our largest event that we have all year. I don't think anything really comes even, or maybe one other event comes is a similar amount of people.
What would that be?
And that we do one time, we start doing once a year a very large Shabbat program, Friday night Shabbat event, which also draws about close to 200 people. But in general, you wouldn't see that in a typical week.
Monday through Thursday. Talk to me about
Monday
that.
through Thursday, we have the preschool next door, and we have a few people working in the office, whether it's the administrative fundraising rabbis, and we'll have one-on-one learnings with different rabbis, and we'll have classes. Like I said, right now we have Tuesday and Wednesday nights we have classes, adult education classes. But during the day, you just have the preschool next door and perhaps classrooms in this building as well, and then just office work.
Fridays?
Same thing.
Same thing?
Yeah.
Are there Friday night services?
As of now, no.
Okay. And then Saturday, you indicated?
And Saturday, we have services in the morning, and that's it. That's really it. There'll be no school. There'll just be services from 9 to 11, about 12, depending on the week.
Now, would you liken this to a Chabad type of
Yes,
center?
I mean, people definitely say we're similar to Chabad. Obviously, in Judaism, there's a lot of different factions and different flavors, but similar idea in that sense of community engagement, yeah.
So this is not solely Orthodox, is that?
Correct.
Okay. But
At any point, do you expect to have wedding ceremonies
No.
on premises?
No.
would you accept a condition to
Condition?
that effect?
Yeah, it's not at all part of our.
What kind of events would you be looking to have?
I mean, all our events are religious and educational in nature, so it's from Shabbat programming to holiday programming to classes. The events that we have that are not classes might be a holiday-based thing, like a workshop that, you know, whether it's teaching people how to make matzah, or how to make a shofar, or you know, Hanukkah lighting, you know, menorah celebration, that type of thing. That's all the events.
So would there be any kind of private events for congregants?
No.
So no birthday parties,
No.
bar bat mitzvahs, things like that?
Well, we might do a bar mitzvah ceremony, but in terms of like
But not an
a
after
party,
party.
no.
Okay, and you'd accept that as conditions?
Yes.
Okay. And so your largest activities, you mentioned the Hanukkah event. How often, obviously Hanukkah is once a year, events that might have more than, say, 50 people present, what would you expect that
I'd say
to, how often would you expect that to occur?
I would say more than 50 could be once a month, but more than 100, you're talking about a couple times a year, whether it's 2, 3, 4 times a year.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to tell the board about the use?
I would just say that, you know, we've been in East Meadow for the last 10 years. We've been in Long Island for the last 30 years doing this exact work we just described here. Everything I'm describing here, we're doing already. We're just trying to find a space that could accommodate it better and provide the parking needed for it. We are 95% of the people we service are directly in East Meadow, and that's who we're here for. We're a community-based thing, and could only see it being a benefit to the community to have another nonprofit, faith-based organization servicing the community.
What's going to take place with 1544 Prospect?
That will remain a Orthodox shul, separate from the Jewish Heritage Center.
Are you sharing that with another
Right now, we share
organization
it with.
presently?
Right now, we rent the space to a Orthodox synagogue, and they will continue to use that.
So you'll no longer use
Operate out
that
of there,
for your
not at all.
purposes? Okay. Unless the board has additional questions of the rabbi? Yes, sir.
Question of you, Mr. Vanessa. So I'm looking on the map of the radius map, and I see there's the East Meadow Bethel Jewish Center. Is that right down the block?
Yes,
And
it's
there's a
right
church?
next to the preschool.
And there's a church? it
It's
says?
it's a
Synagogue.
synagogue.
Oh, the church is the synagogue?
Yes, it's a synagogue.
So take the East Meadow Bethel Jewish Center. Do they have services there? How many people belong there? Do you
They
know?
have services, I presume, on the weekends.
Is it a big place?
It's a larger facility, sure.
So it's similar to what you're asking for in the same neighborhood?
Well, it's a slightly different use. I mean, that's more of a synagogue where I presume, and perhaps you can answer that better than I can.
Yeah, I mean, that's that's a traditional conservative synagogue where it's almost all, I can't speak for them, but it's almost all service-based.
So a traditional conservative synagogue would have more people, more cars, more events than you?
Yeah, they
And
also
it's-
have
And
a-
it's in the same area? That's
Right.
what I'm trying to ascertain.
Yeah, they also have a very large parking lot in their rear.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it's got if anything, they have more people coming than you do,
I can't say that for sure.
but similar.
Yeah, maybe similar.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi.
No, I have a
Oh,
question.
yes, ma'am.
Is there parking on Prospect Avenue?
You can't park on Prospect Avenue.
Okay, so you have 27 parking.
Right.
You said a couple times a year you could have 200 people.
Right.
Is there any parking within that area that you can use? How are you going to park?
You'll hear from our
Yeah,
traffic expert in that regard. We have Mr. Muller here who's going to be
Oh, okay.
testifying on the traffic and parking
Okay,
availability. Thank you. Thank you, Rabbi.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Before I call up Mr. Muller, I would like to first call upon Mr. Barry Nelson. Mr. Nelson is a real estate appraiser who's been qualified by this board on dozens and dozens and dozens of occasions as a real estate expert, authorized to provide opinion testimony in connection with the impact of uses, among other things, on the impact of uses upon neighboring property values, on pattern of development, character of the neighborhood, and the like. I would ask that Mr. Nelson be permitted to testify as such.
Mr. Nelson, on probably hundreds of occasions, you've been qualified to testify before this board as an expert witness regarding real estate, have you not?
Yes, sir.
And since the last time you testified as a real estate expert, have any of your qualifications changed?
No, sir.
So we will once again qualify you as an expert to testify with regard to real estate valuations and real estate in general. Folks, that gives him the opportunity to give us an opinion. The weight that we give to his opinion is up to the board members, all right? Just to clarify that. Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
I have some exhibits the board can review. It'll include an aerial view of the subject property and the surrounding uses, and photographs of the subject property and the adjacent residential in the area.
And you yourself took those photographs?
Yes, sir.
And when did you do that, Mr. Nelson?
They have a date on the bottom, I think it was within the last, what's the date on that? October 10th.
And they fairly and accurately represent what they purport to, is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Okay,
And if the board was to go out and inspect, if they haven't done the subject property in the area, I believe they would find my photographs
okay, we'll accept that in
accurate
evidence.
representation of the property and the surrounding area.
Okay.
Ask Mr. Nelson to testify in the narrative. He's
Go
done
ahead.
this enough times.
I think so.
What you have is the subject property, as council mentioned, on the southeasterly side of Prospect Avenue, just south of Garden Lane, generally between Merrick Avenue on the southwest side. Prospect Avenue runs up through East Meadow Avenue and right up to Hempstead Turnpike. It's a secondary main arterial road in the area. Generally, except for some corner parcels along Merrick Avenue and further northeast, it's all residential B zone. The immediate uses you'll find, and just starting with the radius map, you'll note that the adjacent properties to the southwest, and it's a substantial development that includes a building at 1430 where I believe the nursery was for the heritage, where it's identified as a church, Bethel synagogue, and that continues to the southwest, and that'll include another outbuilding, all part of the religious development, religious use at that location. The aerial view that I submitted will indicate single-family residences along Prospect Avenue, the interior streets of Garden Lane, Diamond Lane, etc., are all single-family, Cape Cods, ranches, colonials, split levels, and they're all in good condition. If you just expand the area slightly larger, you do have other religious institutions. You have a middle school, Woodland Middle School, just to the southeast, just to the east generally. You have a New Covenant Church at the northeast corner of Belmore Avenue and Chaladay Lane. At the southeast corner of Merrick Avenue and Prospect is a substantial improvement that includes a former, many years ago, was a supermarket and now is a medical facility. The applications before the board is generally for a religious institution, a special exception. It includes a special exception for the parking in the residential district. And what I did is, I looked at the other facilities in the surrounding area, which I just identified quickly, and that would include, just to the southeast of the subject property would be the Midland Middle School, and that's close proximity to the subject property. It's a substantial improvement in the area. It's on a large parcel in excess of, let me just get to that, about 17 acres, and it's in the area. The building's a large building, over 185,000 square feet. It has recreational, it has education, and it has a lot of residences abutting the property and surrounding. What I did, why I looked at these would be for property values, impacts to a residential type use in a residential community, and schools would be one of the items that I would look at. I also looked at the new Covenant Church, which I just mentioned, and it's not too far from the subject property. It's at the northeast corner of Belmore Avenue and Chaladay Lane, and I looked at the residences that abut the property, the church, the parking field, and I provided photographs of those uses. I looked at on Prospect Avenue at the southeast corner of Merrick Avenue and Prospect, which is a medical facility, former supermarket, and I looked at the residences on Prospect Avenue and adjacent to that use. I also looked at, and all of these uses are existing, and they already became part of the community, and it's part of this East Meadow community. One of the last items that I did look at was an application that was before this board several years ago. It was under cases 499 and 500, 2020, and it was known as 284 and 286 Mott Street in Lawrence. And the reason I looked at that is because it's a high school, religious high school, that was introduced in a residential community within the mid-block adjacent to residential and some commercial in the area near Rockaway Avenue. It came off of Mott Avenue. That was just recently finished in the last year or two. And the board might remember the application. It was a Hebrew high school. It was 2 residences that were knocked down for a high school, and it abutted a private residential community, not when I say private, a residential community, a cul-de-sac, Carl Place, and it would be high ranches to the adjacent, ranches, colonials to the east. And that would be the best source for looking at how a non-residential use, but a high school or a religious use becomes new, is new in a community. And I looked at all the comparable sales before and after development. Generally the prices range in that area between 600 and $1 million plus. I found 2 sales adjacent to the subject property on Carl Court. One was 238 Carl Court, a cul-de-sac, and the other one was 232, abutting the high school, newly constructed, just finished within 2023, and that parcel was similar to this parcel in that it had a facility that was developed, 2 stories. This one had the parking field in the rear, like the subject property, the entrance on one side, wrapping around the building and coming out the opposite side. 2 of those sales on that on the adjacent street, which I just identified, 238 and 232. One of them sold for $1,330,000, and that was 2 years ago, while that building was up. And another one sold for $1,160,000, and the other houses within that time frame sold anywhere from $800,000 to $900,000. Almost identical houses on that cul-de-sac. I looked at, and that would be a new development, non-residential in a residential community. going back to the high school and to the religious institution, which is the New Covenant Church in the area. I looked at sales along those streets, and for the last few years, I looked at the property trends, property values, and I will indicate that what I found was property values continued to appreciate, property values were maintained, they weren't fire sales at either locations or any of those locations, and
You
that
could
is
say
what I-
that across the board, though. I mean,
What's that?
you could say that, you know, it's supply and demand, that the prices of homes, regardless of where they are and what they're next to, that have increased.
And the difference, what I noted, just to add in there, from those homes to a home 3 and 4 blocks away were almost the same. There was not a substantial, there's gonna be a little bit substantial, but they were consistent on appreciation and consistent on property values for the East Meadow locale in this area.
Okay,
Near the high school.
would you consider that area in Lawrence similar, very similar to this, aside from the application, the physical lands, the roadways, and I know Muller's gonna testify to that.
Prospect Avenue is a secondary road, through road. Mott Avenue at that location is a through road. It's comparable. The residences are somewhat similar. Yes. I tried to find other, and I can go through the 5 towns. That's where you got most of your new construction of religious institutions. And we can name many of them throughout the area, but this one was one I was very familiar with before and after. And I would say the locations are similar. In fact, we have the East Meadow Jewish Center, which is right next to us. That has, let me just pull my papers on that one. That has a building that's over 21,000 square feet for the main synagogue. That facility has religious uses, religious services. It has weddings, bar mitzvahs, ceremonies to midnight and so on after, and it's right near the to the subject property. That has over 427 feet frontage on Prospect Avenue.
And how long has that been in existence?
The original synagogue was, I think, in 1950s, 58. And they assembled the parcels, and it's the property immediately to the west, which is 1430, tax lot 24, and then they continue to go southwest, where they added on, I think, lot 22 and 26. They provide parking on-site. They provide, I don't know if it's adequate, they've been before this board for the religious use, for the expansion.
When were those buildings built?
The original synagogue was 1958.
Right.
There was additions over time. The residence where the nursery, that was, I believe, in similar time, 1960s, and the Cape Cod is in the 1950s too. But they were originally, other than the synagogue, one-family houses. Now they have been converted to.
And the synagogue has been there since the 50s,
Correct.
where parking was not a requirement.
Well, as they changed and expanded, parking now became
Sure, okay.
required for that.
Understood.
And I think I provided photographs of that use, which you'll have on page 7, 8, 9. Then I took a look at the residences that abut that municipal parking field along, not municipal parking, along their parking field on the northwesterly side of Diamond Lane. I looked at those property values. They're consistent with homes values outside that area, 1 and 2 blocks away. And as I mentioned, you have the Woodland Middle School on 17 acres, 185,000 square feet, 2 stories, outdoor recreational, on-site parking, school buses on a regular basis. You also have, which I looked at, which is in this vicinity, the New Covenant Church. And I looked at it. With that said, it's my opinion, it's a religious use. We have many religious uses in the area. You have the mosque on East Meadow Avenue. You have other developments coming throughout the area in North Belmont and so on. one of the other uses, which I'm not going to reference too much, was the Walk-in Love Church on Newbridge Road. I think the board remembers that. We had substantial opposition at that time, and they were concerned with property values. It's been open, operating, houses in the area, continued sale, there's no vacancies, and it hasn't been a detriment to the surrounding community. With that said, I don't need to go over the criteria for a religious use under
Well,
section.
I'm going to ask you about that, Mr.
Oh,
Nelson.
you are? Okay.
But
so-
just to summarize your findings.
Yes, sir.
Basically, what you're indicating is that you looked at properties, residential properties that were nearby and/or adjacent to other non-residential uses like schools and religious uses, particularly schools and religious uses in and about this area, and you determined that that there was not a substantial adverse impact on property values affecting those adjacent residential properties. Is
Correct.
that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And in your opinion, based on everything that you've seen and based on this proposed project, would you expect this project, if built and used as proposed, would have a substantial adverse effect on surrounding property values for the homes adjacent to or nearby it?
I do not, that's correct.
Okay. And would you consider this use of this property to impose a significant overtaxation of basic municipal services?
I do not. Most of the congregants will be residents in this area or the surrounding community.
And are there sufficient water and
Municipal
sewage
services?
services that are available?
Yes.
Okay.
To my best of my knowledge on that, yes.
And lastly, I know you know that this is a sprinklered building from a fire safety perspective. Would you expect that this building would have any kind of cognizable and substantial fire or other emergency risk?
I believe it'd be accessible for
I don't,
emergency
with all due
vehicles.
respect, I don't think Mr. Nelson is qualified to testify.
All right,
as
thank
to
you.
that.
Real estate.
I'll put that to the architect then, if I may. Mr. Macklis, based on your design, based upon it being a sprinklered building, would you consider this property to have any potential significant and cognizable risk of fire or other emergency?
I hope the answer is no, since he designed it.
Well, clearly, there is access to 3 sides, in fact, 4 sides of the building for firefighting as need be, from the front, north side, and the front, north side, and east side from the property itself, and then even from the adjacent property where they have access to, because they lease that property, there could also access for firefighting capabilities there. So, I don't have any further questions. Did you want to say anything else?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Unless you want to, I got a copy of the zoning map, which I'd like to hand in too.
Unless the board has any further questions of Mr. Nelson, I'll call upon Mr. Muller.
No questions, that's it?
Guess not?
It looks like he has high blood pressure all the time. Maybe he goes to Florida or anything.
Mr. Muller is a principal of R&M Engineering. He is a transportation engineer, and he has appeared before this board upon dozens and dozens of times and been qualified by this board as a traffic expert, permitted to provide opinion testimony in connection with traffic and parking. We would ask that he be qualified as such again.
We will therefore qualify him once again unless any of his qualifications have changed since the last time he testified.
There have been no changes to my
So we'll
qualifications.
continue your qualification as a traffic expert.
Thank you.
Mr. Muller, you performed studies in connection with this project. You became familiar with the project and how it would be used, and you looked at the potential traffic and parking demand for the site. Would you please provide a summary of your findings and conclusions?
Yes. For the record, Wayne Muller, R&M Engineering, offices at 50 Elm Street, Huntington, New York. As per the board's requirements, I'd like to submit copies of the documentation that we previously submitted that were made part of the record. I'd just like to briefly go through the packets that are being submitted this afternoon. The first report was the original parking report that we prepared, dated May 19th, 2025. The second report is dated October 2nd, 2025, and that contains a description of the modifications that occurred on the revised plan, and essentially the improvements to the on-site circulation and the parking layout that are before the board this afternoon. And then the third report, dated October 21st, 2025, contained detailed responses to comments raised by representatives of the opposition that were dated September 10th, 2025, and I believe those documents are being submitted. So at this time, I'd like to just briefly go over the information that's contained in the reports that we prepared. The project has been described in great depth by Mr. Benesso, the rabbi, and Mr. Nelson. And I think that one thing that really came out of the testimony of the rabbi was the relatively low level of activity that's anticipated to be generated by the facility on a daily basis. As indicated by the rabbi in my report, the level of activity, specifically during the services that would occur on Saturday, will probably range from anywhere between 30 to 50 people. Though not part of my report, we consulted the Institute of Transportation Engineers Parking Generation Manual, and I believe the board has heard me reference this material on numerous occasions. And one of the land uses that the ITE contains in their parking generation manual is a synagogue, and that's contained under land use 561. And I'd just like to quote that a synagogue is a building which public worship services are held. It may also house a sanctuary, meeting rooms, and classrooms, and this facility meets that definition. As per the ITE criteria, if we were to assume that there would be 50 attendees at a normal Saturday prayer service, that would translate to a number of 21 vehicles parked on the property. Because not everybody drives themselves, I believe that the synagogue that ITE had looked at, though I'm not certain, is more of a synagogue where people drive. In this facility, based on my discussions with the rabbi, there'll be a significant number of people who will walk to the facility. However, there will be certain attendees that will drive, so that the 21 vehicles make some sense. As indicated on the plans and by Mr. Benesso and Mr. Nelson, 27 parking spaces will be provided on the property. So therefore, the number of spaces on a traditional Saturday and probably Friday evening service would be more than adequate to satisfy the demand. As indicated by the rabbi, the preschool currently has a relatively low level of students that are anticipated to attend. I consulted the ITE parking generation manual in regards to that statistic. The closest use that they have available in the parking generation manual is a daycare center. And because of the age of the children, I believe that daycare would probably be a good metric to use as far as it would relate to the preschool. Utilizing the ITE data based on essentially the occupancy of the 3 rooms that are available on the plan, and if I just like so as indicated on the site plan that was submitted as part of the application, there are 3 rooms which will be used for the preschool activities. And they're actually shown on the floor plans, and they have names. So the room names are 005, which they're calling the nursery, which has an occupancy in accordance with the building code of 14 occupants. Room 008, which is the pre-K 2 room, which has 17 occupants. And then room 006, which is the pre-K 1 room, which has an occupancy of 16 for a combined occupancy of 47 students. So we applied that occupancy to the ITE rates for a daycare center, again, because I believe that it's similar in function. Parents will come, they'll drop the kids off, they'll go do their thing, come back and pick them up at the end of the day. The ITE would indicate that for 50 students, again, using the building code occupancy, there would be an average of 13 vehicles parked on the property, thereby leaving 14 vacant spaces within the property for those uses. One of the variances that we're also seeking is for a minimum stall size. As shown on the plans, just trying to gather my information. We're proposing 8.5-foot stalls versus 9-foot stalls. I consulted a document called The Dimensions of Parking, 5th edition, published by the Urban Land Institute. And what that contains is recommendations as far as parking widths and based on their function. And in that document, it indicates that for uses such as this, which are relatively low turnover, an 8.5-foot width would be more than sufficient to safely and efficiently accommodate the parking activity on the property. So therefore, excuse me?
Even two-door cars?
Absolutely. Yeah, 8.5 feet. If it was a lot less than that, then we may be talking about that. But 6 inches one way or another on a low turnover facility, in my opinion, isn't going to have a significant impact.
You wouldn't want the spaces out in the parking lot for town hall.
Those are 8.5 feet.
No, they're not. I
they're
measured
not.
them.
No, they're
Measured
not.
them years ago with Mr. Schneider, and they're a lot
Closer
less
to
than
7.
they're a lot less than that, but they still function. And again,
I don't know, Brenda.
I park my car there all the time, so it does function.
Is this
I have a
entire,
Beamer.
this is all in Res B district?
Yes,
I couldn't find the line.
yes.
As indicated on the plan also, as we talk about the plan, the drive aisle was widened from, I believe it was 23 feet or less to 24 feet, which satisfies the requirements, and it'll meet the roadway at 24 feet, so there will be no issue with two-way traffic coming in and out of the back of the building. The parents associated with the school or the daycare, whatever we want to call it, will essentially they'll park their cars, walk the children into the building, get back in their car and leave. We do not anticipate any significant impact based on that activity. However, the rabbi did indicate that there were times, though not very many times, but there will be times throughout the year where there'll be events that will exceed the 50-person level that he discussed with his discussions with me, and I believe he said 30 here this afternoon. So in order to determine what that would have, what impact that would have, because really the only place that the vehicles would be able to park would be on the residential streets or the street network that surrounds the property. So we went out and looked at various different days and times, and those, the numbers that we counted are all in the reports that I prepared. During our first report, we went out on 2 different days, Thursday, April 29th, 2025, between the hours of 6 a.m. and 10 a.m., 11 a.m. and 2 p.m., and then again from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Which page is it?
That's on the last pack. So there's 3 reports in the packet. It's the October 29th report.
Yeah, page number.
We describe it, what we counted, on page 204.
Got it.
And then again, as I usually do, I provide a series of tables in the back and a map that shows all the areas that we observed. And I see you have your magnifying glass, and I actually went and bought myself one too, because I'm having a hard time reading some of this stuff, but
For
I
the
do have,
tables especially.
I do have a copy of an 11 by 17 version of the tables, if that would be better to
Okay,
hand
I
in.
can use that. I'm used to it.
But I'll hand it in anyway for the record, so. And all this submission is a blow-up of the tables that are contained within the documents that were previously submitted to the board, and I believe they were all transmitted to the opposition, correct? Mr. Minosa? Yes. Yes. Okay, so the actual observations themselves on Tuesday, April 20th, 2029, are contained in Table 1, which is the first one in the 11 by 17s. And then the other observations are contained in the various different tables that are contained therein. And essentially what we found was on that day, the peak time within the areas that we studied, which was the street network surrounding the subject property, occurred at 9:30, 10 p.m., in which there were 40 vehicles parked. There are 178 available spaces on street, translating to a 22% occupancy, leaving 138 vacant spaces. At 6 p.m. on street, on all the various different streets. If you look at the map that's appended to the end of... Yep. Yep. Yeah, the only area that we found that parking is specifically excluded is on Prospect Avenue. Though I did notice that there's one small spot in front of a house south of the Jewish Center where they're allowed to park for whatever reason. But it's just in front of that one house.
So this would not only support your argument that if we gave you the relief for the 27, year 27 versus 80 would work, do you say that this supports the argument that if you just got a full waiver, there would still be enough parking available?
Yes.
So if you had a full waiver but none of that residential part, but denied all the parking on site because it's all needs relief, it still would be, you'd still have enough.
Yes, because the people would park on the street now, where there's permitted legal parking.
How far away, what's the distance? You know what?
I mean, the parking is, some of it's within 300 feet, some of it's a little bit beyond that. But people will park. They'll park and walk to a facility like this, and I believe this is no different. And I've been thinking about this issue for a lot, right? So say we go to Roosevelt Field, right, and you want to go to Bloomingdale's. What's the likelihood of you finding a spot within 300 feet? It's pretty slim. So people walk, and I understand the 300 feet to satisfy the demand, but we're not even saying that we really need that. We're saying during the handful of days where, as the rabbi testified, where the occupancy will exceed the 50 threshold that he observed maximum and believes that will be occurring, the people will park on street. And that's no different than any religious institution that's within a neighborhood.
Yeah, I was going to say, Mr. Muller, I mean, isn't it true of pretty much every church, mosque, synagogue, that during the high holy days, during periods when they have extremely high numbers of patrons, that they typically, whether they provide parking on site or they provide no parking on site, that there is the need to park on the streets around it? Is that fair to say?
That's absolutely fair to say.
So that's no different here?
No different here. But for the majority of the time, all the parking will be contained on site. So just to continue, we went back on Sunday, May 4th, again between 6 and 11 a.m., 12:30 to 6, 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. within the area. The peak number of vehicles parked was 38 vehicles at 6 p.m. That translates to a 21% occupancy with 140 vacant spaces. The applicant's consultant, I wouldn't call him a traffic expert, but a consultant indicated, well, what happens on Friday and Saturday when the Jewish Center is in operation? So we went back out again on Friday, September 19th, 2025, between the hours of 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. And what we found was that the peak number of vehicles parked within the area occurred at 11 p.m. 39 vehicles were parked. That translates to a 23% occupancy, leaving 134 vacant spaces. We went out again on Saturday, just because, again, the concerns raised by the opposition's consultant. So we went back out again on Saturday, September 20th, from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m., 12:30 p.m. to 4, and 5 to 11. And the maximum parking on Saturday, occurred Saturday night, 11 p.m., 36 vehicles parked, 21% occupancy, 137 vacant spaces. So all time periods, not at that time, had less less vehicles parked. Well, it's not 500. It's within, I'd say, a couple hundred feet away. Walking distance to and from this property. Well, I mean, in certain, people will walk a couple thousand feet, quarter mile to go to the rail. Transit-oriented developments, people walk quarter mile, half a mile to get to the train station. So the bottom line is that during those handful of times that the rabbi discussed, the vehicles will utilize the streets, and there is available parking to park within those areas. In so much as the traffic that would be generated, as indicated based on my review of the, let me see, where is that? So the greatest potential impact on traffic would be during the weekday when the preschool / daycare center would be in operation. And what we found was that, assuming that it would be a daycare center, we would anticipate the maximum quantity of traffic generated by the daycare facility, assuming the maximum occupancy of 50 or 47 would occur both in the morning and the afternoon, where there would be 40 vehicles that would enter and exit the property. 22 would enter and 18 would exit. As it would relate to the traffic increase on the roadway, we consulted data from the New York State Traffic Data Viewer, which is widely available on their website. Prospect Avenue is one of the streets in which they do have traffic volume data. And what we found was that during the morning peak hour, there would be a roughly 8% increase in traffic volumes through 100% occupancy of the daycare or preschool on the subject property. During the PM peak hour, the daycare would generate a similar quantity, or daycare or preschool would generate a similar quantity of traffic, 40 vehicles, 19 entering, 21 exiting, and that would translate to a roughly 5.7% increase in traffic Prospect Avenue during the peak times of traffic activity associated with the facility. In my opinion, that's a relatively minor increase in traffic, which could easily be accommodated within the surrounding roadway network.
And Mr. Mueller, isn't it fair to say that at least some of the traffic that will be accessing this site is already on the road because their other facility is in such close proximity?
Yes. Yeah, some of the traffic on the road is associated with the other facility that's adjacent to this, so that the percent increase will actually be a little bit less. So therefore, I believe that, we've proven that for the majority of the time, if not all the time, but that the on-site parking spaces will be more than adequate to satisfy the demand. During the handful of times that the activity exceeds those timeframes, for the number of spaces within the lot, the cars can easily be accommodated on street, and that the increase in traffic, assuming maximum occupancy of those 3 classrooms that I had discussed before, would not create a significant impact on traffic conditions. I'd be happy to answer any more questions.
Well, Mr. Mueller, before we do that, I just have one question. Again, based upon the criteria set forth by the building zone ordinance, in your professional opinion, would this proposed use at this proposed site create a significant traffic congestion problem that jeopardizes public safety?
Based on my testimony before the board here this afternoon, is my professional opinion that will not happen.
And Mr. Mueller, are there any suggestions that you would, or any modifications that you would suggest for the roadway that could potentially make for a safer condition?
I think that one of the things that the applicant may want to explore, due to the fact that Prospect Avenue is a town road, that the installation of a crosswalk at, I believe it's It's Garden.
At Gardens Drive?
Garden,
Garden,
I'm sorry.
sorry.
Garden Lane, which is the street
Lane.
due north, might be prudent for them to explore to have installed. So that way, individuals during those handful of times when the parking lot occupancy is exceeded, and they park on the west side in the on-street areas where there's permitted parking on the west side of Prospect Avenue, they could cross the street at a crosswalk.
It would also accommodate those members of the organization who do walk.
Correct, as well as the neighborhood in general. So say somebody lived on Garden Lane and had a friend that lived on Hemlock Avenue, that would help assist them in crossing the street at a crosswalk. The town does have some history in providing crosswalks at mid-block, and it would be at Coakley Street, I believe is what it's called. It's to the north of the subject, about 3 blocks.
On Prospect.
On Prospect. There is a crosswalk installed to cross Prospect Avenue at that point, and I believe that's probably due to the school that's located to the east of the subject. And that's my testimony.
Right now, the entity is renting a place for their preschool.
No, do you rent that space or own it? 1544. Are you asking about the preschool?
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry. They rent that. They rent that from
Right,
the
so
East Meadow.
once this building is built, will they no longer rent that?
No, as the rabbi indicated, I asked him that question. Their intention is to remain in that building. They have a lease through 2027, and then they have an option for more years after that.
Oh, okay.
If there are no further questions of Mr. Muller, I'd indicate to the board that that's our direct presentation. The Nassau County Planning Commission recommended a local determination on this matter. I know that that counsel for the neighbors is going to be providing a presentation, and whoever speaks from the public, I would just ask for the opportunity at the end of all of that to provide my rebuttal comments and close.
We'll do that.
Thank you.
Stephanie? You need a little break? Yeah. So we're going to take a 10-minute break before the opposition puts on their case to give the court reporter the opportunity to flex her hands and get some blood back into them.
I don't, Charles, I don't think that's not an issue. I got the issue, and I'm ready. There was no surprise. So hopefully. He seemed to have lied about the parking issues. There'll be 30 people? Well, he's testifying on the issue. Interpreting, not the attorney. So their whole testimony is based on the issue. It's either true or not, but that's what they based it on. And you don't care about the value of the house, right? No, I don't. I don't care about that. We'll be good. We'll be good. It's, they have a glee about this. They think they want it. You know? Well, I think a couple of... What's this guy? What's this guy? He's jerking off. Oh, it's only 300 feet? Oh, you're afraid? He's gonna be okay. I'm worried about him with his question. What about that woman who's sitting there on the computer? No, I'll get to it. We'll be good. He didn't talk about it in this segment. He just talked about $1 million in Lawrence. He didn't say anything about this matter. You don't want to put on the record that's an accurate report. It doesn't have any relevance to this matter. Okay, you know. Okay, I know what I'm doing. I do, I really do.
You have to go to the bathroom. Do it now.
I did. I did. I took care of everything. Sure.
She'll be out soon.
Good afternoon. I am Kevin Walsh from the firm Walsh, Marcus, McDougall, and DeBellis, 229 7th Street, Garden City, New York. I appear here today for neighbors who are objecting to this application.
William Lottie, L-A-H-T-I, Lottie Engineering, 2168-318, Nesconset Highway, Stony Brook, New York.
Mr. Chairman, in an effort to move things along, which I know this board appreciates, I have some neighbors in the rear that are here that have listened to this, that have indicated they would like a few seconds to a minute to be heard after we complete our presentation, if that's acceptable. I will tell you that we've streamlined that greatly because I have 32 letters that I'd like to submit as objectance submission 1, which is letters from the immediate neighbors regarding their feelings about the application. I have a copy for Mr. Vanessa.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh.
Mr. Benesso, do you have any objection? Okay. Proceed, please.
Yes, and before I begin the presentation, because I'm getting a lot of people's feelings in there, I think they're all important to the hearing. I ask for the indulgence on time. I'll be as efficient. I realize that at some point in time, the diminishing returns to anybody who's speaking to a board, particularly at this point in the day. I'm aware of that. Before I start, I just want to make 2 comments about Mr. Nelson's testimony. I do not have an architect here, but I noted a question a board member asked him, and I think it's apropos. Real estate's all gone up, so obviously the fact that properties have gone up around religious institutions is a given. And we are not objecting to, and we're not saying that the property around here, or because this is going in, religious uses necessarily negatively impact values. What we are saying is, and Mr. Nelson did not address this, is we are saying that this type of facility, this size, without parking, will have a potential to influence and impact negatively residential values. The places that he spoke about, all of them, including the East Meadow Center Synagogue, they have parking lots. They have big parking lots. I think all of us know many types of churches, and generally you find them with sufficient parking lots or close to sufficient parking lots. They don't handle it on those 1 or 2 days a year, but nobody's saying that for those 1 or 2 days there's a problem. Most churches accommodate their uses on site with a larger parking lot. This is a 13,000 square foot proposed building. This is not a small building. I think Mr. Nelson testified that the East Meadow Jewish Center is the 21,000 square feet, yet that has an enormous parking lot. I'd be guessing, but I think it's close to 100 parking spaces at least. So to compare, you want to compare things, compare apples to apples. We do not have enough parking here. But getting into the testimony, as I said, I'm Kevin Walsh. I represent the objectants here. And they'll take their opportunity, the ones that are here to speak. But I have been asked to provide in detail the arguments against the application. I am also here with William Lottie, an engineer, who prepared a report on problems with the proposed site plan and it's non-compliant with the zoning code, and the concerns for the impacts on the neighborhood with this application. You have a copy of Mr. Lottie's 2 reports. I have hard copies here, but they were filed, and I can hand them out if we need to, Patrick. He will, oh. Oh, so we had, sequencing the reports, there was a report with the original application. Mr. Lottie put a report in. Some changes, as you heard from Mr. Vanessa, were made as a result of that report. And then we then put a final report in. So there's 2 reports from each expert. Now, the applicant is a religious use and as such entitled to a degree of accommodation for its use. We accept this. I want to make sure we state for you at the outset that we do not have a problem with religious uses in this area. Despite the rhetoric and labeling my clients as anti-Semitic and bigoted, which has been thrown at our people the last few months, for objecting to a proposed facility, my clients are not anti-religious use. Rather, my clients are justifiably concerned about the health and safety impacts on the neighborhood with a new 13,000 square foot facility on what is truly a single residential lot. The facility is opposed not because it is religious use, but because the facility is truly an attempt to overbuild on this single-family residential lot. I argue that the grant, to grant variances sought with this application is to conclude that religious use is all that matters, that an applicant can come in and say we are religious use, and that is all they need to do. My clients do not believe that this is true and are asking that this board protect them by requiring the applicant to present a reasonable plan for a smaller building accommodating parking on its own site. In addition to requesting a special permit from the board as a religious facility, the applicant wants the board to ignore off-street parking requirements to give them a super significant parking variance. If you accept Mr. Lottie's interpretation of the code, 113 on-site parking spaces are required for the proposed use, while the applicant's analysis actually concedes that 80 parking spaces are required. Either way, you must be left with the answer that the 27 spaces on the site are not adequate for the building and use.
Okay, sir, hold on.
Yeah.
I was under the understanding that the calculation done by the building department was the 80 that we were discussing earlier. You just said, I think, 127. Where are we getting that?
Mr. Lottie's report, and I'll let him speak more detail when he goes, his report indicates that roughly 6,000 square feet of space that should have been counted for some parking demand was just ignored and not used in the calculation. Yes, it's not a, yeah. My point is that either way, we all know we are dealing with a significant parking variance, wherever you resolve that, right, or waiver. Well, they put it on a notice and a denial based upon, I believe, the calculations done by the applicant's architect, but they did not have the benefit of Mr. Lottie's calculation when they did that. So we just asked that it be looked at. This is not because, yes.
Mr. Walsh?
Yes.
It may have been by the architect, but it's certainly verified by a plans examiner.
Yeah. So after you hear Mr. Lottie's testimony, you'll either defer and say, I think we got it right, or you will think that there might have been a miscalculation in the analysis. Well, I accept that. My point is to say, still a significant variance, and that's my argument.
Understood.
Okay. Knowing that they have a parking problem, they presented a report from a traffic and parking engineer to count parking spaces in the street. The plan is that the residential street parking is where their parking will be. If I came into this board with an application for a legitimate and permitted use, non-religious use, and I told you that I have no on-site parking, but not to worry because I have adjacent residential streets with plenty of parking, my application would be dead on arrival. The applicant here is doing just that. The report of William Lottie, our engineer, also describes a proposed site plan without significant space to ingress and egress and maneuver through the site. There are serious problems with dropping off children and picking up children. There is no area for queuing of vehicles on site, and the street has no shoulder. This is Prospect Avenue. It has no shoulder. It was, Mr. Nelson testified, it's a secondary road. It is not a small side street. Consequently, when dropping off children each day at the same moment, when school class starts, Vehicles will queue on Prospect Avenue, creating a hazard. The applicant is asking you to accept representations that the use will be limited, quiet, and have little impact on the parking and traffic in the area. This simply cannot be believed. While the mission of the Jewish Heritage Center may be noble and good for its congregation, that is not what this application is about. The JHC has as its core the desire and plan to expand. They describe their plan to you by talking about where they are now, but not where they expect to be. One of the neighbors presented me with a YouTube link entitled JHC Growing Experience. It is a promotional piece that was aired or put out about 4 months ago. And I provided a copy to opposing counsel and to the secretary, and there's no ability to play it, but I told if they let me read a few lines from it, you can take it for what it's worth. But I do believe it's relevant. So these are the words in that piece of Rabbi Turk. The 21st century Long Island Jew has that spark in them. They want Torah, they want meaning, and they need a place. About 200,000 secular Jews within a 10-mile radius of where we are. That's 200,000 Jews that need a place where they can grow. What we think about growth, we think about people making changes and people being evaluated and inspired. And I really believe that's what we're doing here. Broad areas of the Jewish community on Long Island flocking to the center. We literally have to say no to people for Shabbat dinners because we literally can't put them anyplace. Now, there's nothing wrong with growing, and that should be the goal of any organization. But this application should be looked at with that in mind. It wasn't looked at with that in mind because all the experts did their testimony on where we were now. We need to speak about potentially the physical growth of this area. Your eyes see a 13,000 square foot building being proposed. Rabbi Turk testified a little bit ago that this is really, the calculations of people, they struck me as being very few people. Why do I need a 13? They're already in an existing building. He said it was for comfort and make it more convenient. But you have to evaluate this use, this multi-purpose use, in a different way. You have to evaluate it for its potential. You can put restrictions on it, and I know this board is good at doing that. But those restrictions can't stop the growth of a church through an astronomical growth, particularly when that's their intent. So you have to look at this with 27 parking spaces. Does that serve a 13,000 square foot building where this church is already, or this religious use intends to expand? And that's the charge, I think, in where you sit and what you should look at. It's not about a religious use, and I protest the thought that that's it. It's about the building and what it's going to do. And the impact, as we know, was openly discussed. We'll just park in your streets, and you'll accept it because we have to. And that just seems to me to be unfair. So none of the testimony that you've heard so far from the applicant discusses that point. And my clients will feel the impact of the growth, not because it's religious, as I said, but because this is assessing a small site with a huge multi-purpose building. If approved, the JHC will have 3 separate locations on the block. And there's also the East Meadow Jewish Center with its congregation on the block. My clients will become a minority of residential homes against a combination of buildings and uses which create more and more parking and traffic concerns. To allow this to happen without requiring the JHC to accommodate their own parking would be unfair. Let's take a look specifically at the variances. Depending upon which expert you use, first of all the variants are self-created. I know you hear that a lot, and that's not determinative, but it is a factor. Depending on which expert you use, the parking variance for the inability to provide either 80 or 113 on-site spaces. The applicant proposes only 27 on-site. This means that a parking variance for 86 spaces, if you accept Mr. Lottie's interpretation, or 53 spaces if you accept Mr. Muller's. Either way, the applicant only provides 1/3 to a quarter of the parking they are required to have. this will have a significant impact on the neighborhood. The R&M report presented by the applicant argues that there's an additional 14 parking spaces in 1430 Prospect Avenue, which is the current JHC use, which can be used for additional parking. They want you to consider these spaces because they know they're going to need them. But this parking is already dedicated to 1430 building, and they're not giving that use up. And that's where one of their schools is. The JHC is not relinquishing this use. So how can they use the parking for both buildings? Moreover, the owner of 1430 building is the East Meadow Jewish Center, not the JHC. It is only leased to JHC. The lease is not in perpetuity. In fact, you haven't even seen a copy of the lease, but it's not in perpetuity, I can assure you of that. So they cannot count that parking. In any event, yet they argue it's available because they want you to consider it. Finally, I could not find an approval in the town for the use of 1430 as a school. And I could not find proof that the parking spaces in front of this house were approved for parking. This is important for the second variance the applicant needs for parking in the front yard. This parking clearly is not in character with the residential area. In an effort to get you to grant this front yard variance, R&M argues in the first full paragraph of page 7 of their October 21 report, and I quote, "To say that the proposed relief is not in character with the neighborhood is an overstatement. Notably, the daycare center located directly adjacent to the site has 2 parking stalls located within the front yard setback, and the parking lot takes up the entire front yard and extends to the front of the property line. While this may be true, it may not have been approved. If it were not approved, it's not legal, and if it's not legal, it shouldn't be considered to show conformity with the surrounding areas."
May I ask you a
Yeah.
question, if you can answer this? You bring up somewhat of an issue that I think we've had before. We not long ago had a case that was a synagogue for a long time, was no longer going to be used that way. A new buyer wanted to put in a condo there. What's your position legally on if we are to, because of the enhanced deference under our LUPA that we give such applications, as I know you know, what is your thought on how that could be constrained in a case, for example, where a larger parking variance is granted because on most of the holidays in the Jewish religion, people walk. So that's always part of the argument as to why the calculation for parking isn't always an accurate, as a practical matter for such institutions. So do you have anything to say about what the board could do to constrain it? Because a grant to a Jewish religious facility for a large parking variance is not the same grant that we would likely make if a condominium came in for the same difference in provided versus required. So if you have anything to remark about that, because I felt like that kind of was part of what you were saying, I would like to hear that.
Yeah, so, and I understand the question, I understand the point, and it is true. You could come in here and you could show in any type of use for good reason, I need a little bit of a variance, and there's a percentage or something that people in their mind think is a reasonable balancing of that need against the impact on the neighborhood. But nowhere is that anywhere like a 75% variance or a 2/3 variance. So I think here, the size of the building is what has dictated the need for this variance. The small size of the lot is what has dictated the other variances. I think this is a single-family residential lot, and it's trying to be purposed or repurposed for a large religious facility. You know, the JH, they have the lot next door. Why couldn't they have developed that and used some of this and provided neighbors with a buffer over there, or done something that would appease and balance everyone's interest? So the question is, zoning board, you're charged with that distinction is, when is it too much? Because I made the point in the beginning, if they get a variance here, it's almost like I could come in and show any parking and your hands are tied because you think you have to give one, and I don't think that's the case. No, okay. We have heard it stated, and you heard it through the rabbi, that the very few times during the month and even the year that there will be cars in the street, that the 27 spaces can handle the proposed use. But that is simply what the applicant wants us to believe. In fact, the current use of the facility at the adjacent site at 1430 is already impacting the neighborhood. The new facility is much larger, and as I discussed, this facility is designed for the applicant to grow and grow. We are asking that you look at the variance in the context of where the applicant is going and not simply where they have been. Given where they say they are headed, it would seem fair for my clients to insist that they have on-site parking to accommodate their admitted growth. There's another variance that's seeking for insufficient stall size, which you talked about. The applicant also needs relief since the few parking spaces they do provide have inadequate width. Frankly, it is hard for me to believe that the board would provide relief on stall size. It is a regulation designed to protect drivers. The applicant must be arguing that these drivers do not need protection. But why? The answer is that they simply cannot provide reasonable parking spaces because the site is too small and the building is too large. All considered, the site plan is truly devoid of any true legitimate parking spaces. It's hard to imagine a plan where not only does the applicant fail miserably to provide the number of parking spaces required, but the few they do provide are not large enough. I argue that the lot was mapped for a single-family home, and it is wholly inadequate for a 13,000 square foot multi-purpose building. The R&M report dismisses this as inconsequential, but it is not. This is not about religious use. It's about the building and the site. To get around the parking problems they have, the applicant has offered parking spaces in front of their neighbors' homes, and they have done counts that show that there are many parking spaces available. It is one thing to ask neighbors to accept some street parking on the 1 or 2 times a year when you have the need. It is quite another to design the entire parking scheme for a synagogue, a catering facility, a school, and a lecture hall around your neighbor's parking. Respectfully, the board should protect the neighborhood and not from a religious use, but from this building on this site. And my last point, and I'm almost done, the building lot and building orientation. While the neighbors oppose this application and ask that it be denied, the neighbors who actually physically border the site have a serious issue with the orientation of the building. The site has been intentionally designed to place its sole driveway against the residences. At the same time, the design puts its landscape areas facing the JHC other building at 1430 Prospect, and its leased property. It is troublesome that the applicant would appear to care so little about its existing neighbors. Obviously, having cars border one's residential backyard is a problem. There is no proposed landscaping buffer to attempt to offset what they are trying to do to these neighbors. Not because they're bad people, but because they do not have the space to do so. If you were attempting to mitigate impacts for your neighbors, you would orientate the worst part of your use away from your neighbors and towards yourself. It's like putting the good side of a fence against to yourself so your neighbors get the bad side. But this is on a much larger scale. In addition, they have a large second-story terrace overlooking the backyards of the residents on Garden Lane. This is no doubt part of the catering or entertainment component of their use. This means that whenever anyone congregates at the facility, the second-floor terrace is available and the use of the neighbor's rear yard is impacted. The applicant should not be permitted to do this. In short, this is the wrong multi-purpose building for this site. The building is too large for the site, which impacts all the variances requested. The applicant has not demonstrated their need, which is to expand on a small lot, is more important than the rights of the neighbors who live in the area. The benefit to the application here does not exceed the detriment to the area. And if there are any questions for me, I'll answer them, or I will introduce Mr. Lottie to you. You have been sworn in, Mr. Mr. Lottie. I do have Mr. Lottie's curriculum vitae. I'd like to submit it. I believe he's testified not in a bunch of years here, but he has testified before this board on numerous occasions, and I'd ask that he be qualified to speak as an expert.
I know Mr. Lottie, I know he is an engineer. I'm asking what he's being offered as an expert, because I don't believe he is qualified by this board. I don't know if other boards as a practical. Can you say what he's being offered?
He's being offered to talk about the site plan configuration and the impacts on the surrounding area as a result of that configuration. Necessarily, he would make a comment about what the impact on the site plan might do to parking in the area. The board can take that under advisement. I think he certainly is a licensed engineer and reviews site plans on a regular basis.
I don't deny the fact that Mr. Lottie is a licensed engineer. I worked with him many years ago on a case before this board, but he was there as a site engineer, not providing expert opinion testimony. So my problem is with the concept of providing opinion testimony to make sure.
Can I? Yes, I think you get that. Yes. He's Mr. Chairman, can I just, I don't want to interrupt you. Can I comment? In talking with Mr. Lottie, he has testified in numerous courts within the state as an expert on site plan review. He is not going to talk about the parking counts because he doesn't do parking counts.
Or traffic.
Traffic only to the extent that the inadequacy of the site plan might impact queuing, which is traffic, because he's a site plan expert. I think it's, I think it's splitting a hair there a little too much. He won't touch parking on the street because we're not arguing, we're not objecting to their counts. There is parking in the street, but it just shouldn't be able to be used.
So, since the last time you testified before this board as a site plan engineer, have any of your qualifications changed, sir?
No.
Okay, so we will accept you're testifying as to site plan engineering, and then with respect to anything other than that, we'll give whatever weight we deem to be appropriate to anything you have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Go ahead.
Yes.
In my professional opinion, as a site designer that I've been doing for 36 years now, many different types of sites, this is an over-intensification of use. We're putting a multi-use place of worship, a daycare center, a semi-community center, all on this one 25,000 square foot parcel in a building that's essentially 3 floors, 13,060 square feet in size. There's just too many uses on this one small parcel, which creates the need for the variances that the applicant's seeking. With regard to the proposed site layout itself, if you look at the site plan, the drive aisle to get from the front to the back of the site immediately abuts all the residential properties on the left, if you're looking at it from Prospect Avenue, as opposed to putting it on the south side where it doesn't abut the residences and doesn't impact them as much as it would otherwise. Then in the back, you have the entire 27-stall parking lot, again, abutting all residential neighbors. So the 6 immediate neighbors abutting this property are going to certainly suffer a consequence because of the human noise, the vehicular noise. This facility operates nearly 7 days a week. So it's not going to stop on the weekends. It's going to continue on the weekends. There's no rest for the people around the immediate area. With regard to the parking variance for the number of stalls, 27 is presented on the site plan. The applicant calculated 80. In my opinion, the applicant did not correctly analyze the parking. And what I did was I stepped through his parking methodology calculation done by Build Architecture. We start first with the public assembly use for the temples. That's a 1 for 200 square feet of the hall, which gives you a calculated number of 54 parking stalls required for the synagogue use. The next step through his calculation, which is presented on the build site plan, actually what is now the Weinberg Lim site plan, it was modified. He then went on to the daycare facility category, and that is 1 parking stall for 15 children. And again, that was calculated correctly, it's in his chart. And for that, you have 9 parking stalls. The issue I have is the remaining portion of the building is 9,038 square feet of building that's unaccounted for. If you look at the remaining of the part of the building and what Build Architecture assigned that use category for parking purposes, it was the office use category. If you look at the town definition for office use, you must include the entire GFA for the office use. So that remaining 9,000 and change square foot of the building should be assigned to that last category, the office use category. They didn't do that. They kept 6,000, where's the number, sorry. 6,751 square feet of building was unaccounted for when they did that last segment of the parking calculation. So
You know what?
Go ahead. If you adjust the parking calculation and assign that remaining building area to the office use category, that's how I came up with the 113 parking stall requirement. Just following their methodology and going to that last category of office use, putting the 6751 into that category of use because it does exist, that's where you get the 113 from.
And that's how, and maybe Mr. Bonesso, usually when we have that situation where the space is large, but it's used in different ways, one of the explanations given as to why the lower number is appropriate is the non-simultaneous use, which maybe, I mean, I think you gave some testimony about that, Mr. Bonesso, but you might want to ferret that out in the end. But we'll go with the main number first and include your report, as the chairman said, given the weight. May I just ask you, when you, as a site engineer, which I think you said you've done for 37 years, does your site engineering analysis always include, I assume, it always includes not just how everything flows while on the site, but the flow on and off the site?
Absolutely.
And to what degree is it normally, how far do you usually go? Not just you, but site engineers, do they usually go 3 blocks away or just once they're off the site? What's the general, in like the 1 or 2 sentence answer so so we can better understand?
It depends on the circumstance. If you're at a major intersection, that's different than if you're mid-block. So in this particular case, we certainly want to look at the operation from at least an eighth of a mile north to at least an eighth of a mile south, inclusive of that existing synagogue. Because the existing synagogue is going to put load on the roadway as well. Like on the High Holy Days, not all the street parking is available because the existing synagogue is also going to consume some of the on-street parking. And when you do a parking analysis in terms of on-street parking, town code limits you to 300 feet from the premises, not as far as you want to go out and have people walk 1,000 feet. That's not what the code says. I mean, the board has the ability to let it go further, but that's not what the town code states. The town code decided 300 feet is the appropriate distance to use, and that's what we're looking at, is 300 feet in terms of parking. In terms of operationally, we want to make sure that no cars queue up on Prospect Avenue trying to get into the site in this particular case. That would hamper any kind of traffic flow on Prospect Avenue, especially when there's no shoulder lane on either side of Prospect Avenue. If we have cars queuing to get into the site to pick up a child in a drop-off situation, they're going to stop traffic on Prospect Avenue. You can't go around them. You can't put them in the shoulder. So from a site standpoint, we look as far as we have to, given the specific circumstance.
Since one argument is, too much overuse, over-intensification, use of this space, that one of the arguments that Mr. Walsh is making, would it be very easy for you to say, just as a way to give an example, if the building were 5 feet shorter on the end and 5 feet shorter this way, how much would that change, if it's easy, about how much would that change the requirement and how many more parking spots if you were given the relief in front yard or residential parking? Like, do you have any idea, or is that something you could easily do when you're done testifying? Like, just an idea.
No, you can't do that easily.
Okay.
Because it depends on the use in the building. It's not so much the square footage, it's what you're using it for and what that square footage generates in
Well, I
terms
meant
of
this
flow.
building, so.
It depends on where you're taking the 5 feet off. If
Okay.
you're taking 5 feet off the mechanical room, not so big a problem. But if you're taking off the sanctuary, that's going to change the numbers.
Okay.
About queuing, can you reduce the building along that line in a way that might make the queuing concern less of the concern?
You can reduce the size of the building and/or the number of uses in the building to reduce the queuing demand. Because right now, the only place they can queue is in the front of the building to drop off children for daycare. They have to come in. It takes time to take a child out of a car, bring them into the building. It takes time to get the child from the building back out to the car in the afternoon. There's only room for 4 cars to stack in front of that building. If there's more than 4 children being picked up or dropped off simultaneously, those cars are going to queue back onto Prospect Avenue and stop traffic because there's no on-site capacity.
I wasn't asking that as a queuing question, so
Okay.
I apologize.
No, but
I
think
was
we want-
asking it more as a, is there a better fit? Like, if it was just a little bit smaller, does it reduce the need a little, provide a little more parking and not seem so much like what some of these people here think is too much potatoes in a smaller potato bag? I'll say it that way.
There are design options, yes. It would be to decrease the size of the building. You could have circular flow around the building where you have a long queue line, like we do in drive-throughs, for instance, at fast food restaurants. You set up the one side of the building to accept all the people and have a queue line that doesn't interfere with the parking area and the rest of the on-site operation. So there are options, but in this particular case, that's not what we're presented with. We're presented with a site plan, and that's what we're reacting to, is what they're presenting, the applicant. I think Mr. Walsh touched on much of what my report says in detail. The property at 1430, it's a lease situation. You can't count on those parking stalls always being available. At some point in time, when this building is built, more than likely the lease is going to not be renewed, so you can't count on those stalls being available. With regard to the 300-foot requirement, that's a town code requirement. Within 300 feet, the applicant can take credit for on-street parking stalls. Beyond 300 feet, they can't. The R&M report went far beyond the 300-foot radius in terms of walking distance to the premises. So when looking at the availability presented in the R&M report, you have to look at how far out they went to get that availability number. Back to the queuing and the on-site ability to maneuver. The town code requires a maneuvering aisle for daycare facilities. That's part of your code. And in this particular case, they don't have it. On the left side of the building, you have a two-way drive aisle. You can't have cars parked there dropping off and picking up children because that would interfere with the site operation to the rear parking lot. You can't do it in the rear parking lot because there's no curbside area to do that. They'd have to drop off children in the middle of the parking lot. The only place they can queue operationally is in the front of the building. That's about 4 cars in length, that's it. Beyond 4 cars, you're gonna be out into Prospect Avenue, and that certainly impacts the neighborhood, the traffic flow, creates congestion, and certainly is a safety issue, the motoring public. Parking in the required front yard was another variance request. And to that, the R&M report references the 1430 property, which we said Mr. Walsh was unable to find anything demonstrating that the parking in front of 1430 legally exists. You can't use something that may not legally exist to demonstrate compliance with what they're asking for. R&M also cited a property at 1443 directly across from the proposed synagogue, where there were 4 cars parked on the front lawn. And that, again, in my opinion, you can't equate the two. In the case of the proposed synagogue, you have 100 foot of linear frontage. 90 feet of that linear frontage is going to be paved either with driveways, curbs, or parking stalls. If you look at the 60 foot, all the residential properties along Prospect Avenue, they're 60 foot frontages with a maximum 18 foot driveway. That's about a 30% coverage along the frontage. 90% for the proposed synagogue, 30% with regard to the residences that are there already. If you look at the 1443 property specifically, that has a U-shaped driveway and 2 non-compliant curb cuts, they're only at a 47% coverage linearly, whereas the synagogue is 90%. So even looking at 1443, which was the example given in the R&M report, it doesn't equate. They're at 47%, the synagogue is at 90%. With regard to overall front yard area, the residential properties are generally covered with vegetation, grass, landscape beds. If you look at the site plan for the synagogue, they do not have that. They have 2 small little planters. The remaining part of the front yard up to the building consists of paved areas, curbs, and concrete walkways. Last item was a side yard variance for the above-grade patio and pergola. That's a need, not a want. That's an above-grade patio. We don't know what the purpose is going to be. It doesn't appear to be a functional necessity for the synagogue use or for the daycare use. So to give a side yard variance of 12.4 feet is what they're asking for from the 20 required, there's no stated purpose. There's no need to have that. It's a want, in my professional opinion. If there's any specific questions about the report, my report's 17 pages in length. I just tried to summarize it here with bullet points.
Can I ask one more question as to the neighbors on Garden? Can you form a site plan opinion as to whether or not they're getting, it's normal not to give a significant amount of landscaping for one development like this?
It's typical in almost all situations that I've been involved with. You buffer the residences that are adjacent to you. You don't have literally, the driveway is right against their back fence line. So in almost, I can't think of a case where I haven't provided a buffer or been required to provide a buffer between the active non-residential use and an adjacent residential area or use.
Yeah, do you know why they didn't do it here?
I don't.
They don't have the room?
Well, if they flipped the building over, it's a possibility. If they made the building smaller, that provides you an opportunity to provide a buffer. Because in the first scenario of the site plan, when I made comments on their site plan, they went back and redesigned it. That was a good thing. There are improvements. But what they did with the building is all they did was they took it and shoved it further to the, if you're looking at the building, to the right. That's why the variance went from 19 and change. They have a side yard now of 12 and change because they took the building and just moved it. Instead of making it smaller to provide a buffer, they didn't choose to do that. That's, again, a design choice on their part.
Any last comment on the 8.5 foot wide aisle, parking stalls?
Yes, on the 8.5, I missed that on my bullet points. The 8.5 stall width. You have a daycare center. People who take children in and out of cars on a regular basis, to try and get a car door open without your child slamming the door open and hitting adjacent cars is hard enough. In a 9-foot stall, in an 8.5 foot stall, it's going to be virtually a physical impossibility to get these small daycare children in and out of the cars without some kind of damage being done to adjacent cars. That 6-inch counts when you're trying to get a child in and out of a car.
Thank you, Mr. Lottie. Any further questions for either one of us? We have no further comment.
Would everybody that would like to speak please stand? Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
We're going to go down the list in the order that people signed in. However, one caveat. If you agree, it's okay for you to say, I agree with the person who spoke before me, rather than reiterate something that people have said 5 times, 10 times, okay? We're going to go out of order just for one couple who have the small child in the back. And unless the child wishes to speak, I don't know whether that'll happen. Okay, go right ahead. You were all sworn in.
Am I good to go?
Yes.
Okay.
Your name?
I must compliment you about your baby. She's very well behaved.
Thank you. We're trying to keep her
relatively.
busy, I know, but she had no nap today, so this is, we're getting there, so, yes. All right.
Okay.
All right. So, dear members of the board, being, I'm sorry.
Name and
Christina
address.
Cochran, 1463 Demon Lane. Dear members of the board, being a young couple, it was so hard for my husband and I to find a home in Nassau County that felt that the housing market was just never in our favor. And started to question if it ever would. 4 years ago, we stumbled upon our home in East Meadow. Such a large building will significantly impact our neighborhood and set precedent for overdevelopment in years to come. The blocks already are tightly packed, making traffic at times unmanageable, and school buses have had a history of a hard time getting through, as well as hitting parked cars from time to time. Adding in a building that does not have adequate spacing on site will not only impact the homes within the vicinity, but the building, but the parking lot, or parking on neighboring side streets as well. I am concerned about the lack of on-site parking and therefore the overflow of cars onto the side streets and the congestion it will bring to the already multiple cars that are parked there now. As it is, we already have a large commercial-sized building and a school to the side of 1440 Prospect Avenue lot, which brings lots of cars and overflow to the side streets on days of worship, school, holidays, and other events that occur. This proves to be an issue, as I have seen neighbors with cones outside their homes to prevent issues of parking. When asking one neighbor, they informed me that the cones are there so they can reserve a spot in front of their home and to prevent their driveway from being blocked, as it has happened many times over and over again. As it is, my entire living room lights up at night from the parking lot floodlights over at 1400 Prospect Avenue, and I can only imagine the light pollution another large structure will bring. A major fear that I have, as do my neighbors, is the idea of a parking lot directly behind our homes. You hear all the time of accidents where a car is intended to go forward and ends up reversing and vice versa. I fear that a end up in my backyard and, God forbid, harm my family, friends, or people that spend time in my backyard throughout the year. This is a real fear that I have not only for my own family, but for my neighbors' families as well. Not only will we have this fear, but parking lots bring air pollution from car engines that too is unacceptable. God forbid a car were to come through the fence, what would be offered to me? Just apologies? How could we prevent this scenario by just not allowing parking behind a building that's in the residential area? It is disheartening to see that the 1440 Prospect Avenue has already posted multiple times on Facebook. This project is going through and timelines show that it is being built with statements saying completed 26-27. That is a year of noisy and intense building that will disrupt children's nap schedules during the day and bring construction dust, debris, and noise. Please, please, please understand the concerns I have. This neighborhood is intended for residential living. Think of the hardworking taxpayers who have put their heart into the properties and value quiet suburban living. We have nothing against who's building, just the size, scale, and lack of parking to accommodate a building of its size. Please think of the homeowners that have invested so much. Thank you for your time.
Oh, he didn't sign in. Name and address for the record.
Jeff Cochran, 1463 Demon Lane, East Meadow, New York. Hello, committee members. I come to you as a concerned father and husband of a young and growing family. My wife and I moved here 4 years ago after seeing a quiet and young neighborhood. We moved from Queens to get away from the noise and feeling of being crowded. Oh.
She's got to take it down.
Sorry, ma'am. I come to you as a concerned father and husband of a young and growing family. My wife and I moved here 4 years ago after seeing a quiet and young neighborhood. We moved from Queens to get away from the noise and the feeling of being crowded. We chose this neighborhood because it gave us what we wanted. It gave us suburbia. Commercial buildings are few and if not ever seen. Today I stand before you in opposition of the proposed plan for 1440 Prospect Avenue. Our house backs right up into the proposed Heritage Center. We lose why we left Queens. A parking lot will run right to our fence where our children play, where we host friends and family. Instead of a family moving into an empty house behind us, now we have a large multi-purpose building behind me. Not a 1,300 square foot home, but a 13,000 square foot complex. Our community has designated spaces for commercial buildings. This location is not one of them. We moved into a residential neighborhood for exactly that, residence, not for expansive commercial architectural designs. We came here to get away from the noise and the crowdedness, and this multi-purpose building ultimately takes away why so many of us love living in the suburbs. Thank you for your time, and God bless.
Okay. Robert Fetterbush? Mr. Fetterbush, you'd like to speak? Go ahead. Name and address for the record, sir.
My name is Gerald Wax,
Oh,
and I'm a homeowner at 608 Garden Lane and taxpayer, town of Hempstead.
okay. Don't we all?
Resident for 70 years in 608 Garden Lane, enjoying the peace and quiet of the buffer zone that the residential property behind our home exists. It's the buffer between us and the East Meadow Jewish Center, which has always lights and activity and parking, but we are accommodated and used to that living situation, and we live with them. My brother was bar mitzvahed there, I was bar mitzvahed, etc. I won't go into that, but I'll read you my statement. I tried to edit it out, but I better just say what I think and feel. And you too should listen to this. I'm addressing it to everybody here. Cut the telephone. This project is a death sentence for Garden Lane, Demon Lane, Prospect Avenue homeowners. The JHC dream is our nightmare.
You want
I'm
to,
talking to everybody
sir,
here.
sir,
I'm sorry.
you want to calm
Okay,
it
I'll
down?
tone it down. I'm tone it down.
You'll address
I'm
the
not used to
board.
public speaking.
You'll address the board.
Okay,
all right?
sorry, excuse me.
This is not a wrestling match.
Oh, it is it's a war.
No, it isn't.
It's a war for
All
our
right.
lives.
Say what you have to say,
Okay,
sir.
I'll continue. This insensitive, ill-conceived project to destroy our backyard environment and transform a quiet residential contiguous green space with a destructive digging up, paving over with parking lots, classrooms, bathrooms, and dumpsters is an unholy travesty. To piggyback and shoehorn in and down our throats to greenlight this project is a betrayal to the Garden Lane, Prospect Avenue, and Demon Lane community. Please block this development project. This is the wrong location. The so-called, quote, community center and synagogue, unquote, to piggyback and shoehorn in next to the pre-existing East Meadow Jewish Center is an overdevelopment which destroys the surrounding residential character of Prospect Avenue, Garden Lane, and Demon Lane. This is a fight for our lives. Simply put, the construction in our backyards should never have been advanced. Please save us from the poisonous pollution of our immediate environment. Do your job and enforce the regulations to maintain the residential nature of our homeowner community. The natural green space allows us to live and breathe fresh air and peace and quiet. Please deny this cruel imposition which will crush our neighborhood. The residential property at 1440 Prospect Avenue is an oasis of green space bordering all its surrounding homeowner properties. This insane, insensitive, ill-advised project to pulverize it into a parking lot and so-called community center is a horrific nightmare. Please defend our neighborhood and community from this project. The definition of a travesty is a profoundly unfair and just situation. Now, this is my addendum, a postscript to my remarks. We are Jewish. My dad, Paul Wax, served in the U.S. Army fighting the Germans and the Japanese. And also some of our neighbors were also in the Air Force in World War II. I was bar mitzvahed as well as all family members. I lived on 2 kibbutzim, Kfar Blum in the Galilee, Chatzarim in the Negev, and also the 3rd generation grandchild lives in that house in Garden Lane. We have family and friends in Israel. We contribute regularly to support Israel along with non-Jewish sectarian charities, including Tunnel to Towers and the fire department, etc. As the voice of opposition to this overdevelopment, we have been harassed and labeled Nazi scum, anti-Semites. I say this to set the record straight. My mom and dad built this house with a 30-year mortgage and raised our family along with other families to escape urbanized overdevelopment and live in peace and security, which this invasive, ill-conceived project will destroy. Hear us and stop this project. Thank you.
Mr. Cole? Is there a Mr. Cole in the audience? Would you like to speak, sir? Put it in this. Look in your file. What did he take? Okay. Good. Go ahead, Mr. Cole.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Kuehl,
Sorry.
and my address is 1431 Prospect Avenue. I live right across the street from this proposed building. When I first moved into East Meadow, Prospect Avenue was a little bit more than a side street, but it was really, really quite calm. And what I want to talk about really is not the building and all of those other problems, but the fact that Prospect Avenue has become a raceway, okay? Between Belmore Avenue, East Meadow Avenue, and Hempstead Turnpike. East Meadow Avenue probably divides the two of them equally, okay? We have no stop signs, we have no traffic lights, and we have no speed bumps on Prospect Avenue, where we live. Cars are now racing down there, revving their engines, e-bikes, motorcycles, everything. It was this quiet neighborhood for 55 years. All of a sudden, it's changed. And this is an accident waiting to happen.
Mr. Kuehl, we're not here for traffic flow in front or making it a potential speedway. That's far afield of what we're here to consider. If you would please restrict your remarks to the application that's before us.
Okay?
Okay.
The traffic jam that this is going to form, I mean, every Friday night in the school across the street, it takes me 20 minutes just to back out of my driveway, okay? The traffic is all backed up. If this is built, it's going to back up even more. There's not going to be any time, any room for anybody to get by. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Kathleen, I'm not sure, Arato? Albert?
Wait, he said, wait a second.
Okay. I can't, I wish these, I wish it.
My name is Kathleen Aratu. I live on 1482 Prospect Avenue. I am a little bit nervous.
Slow down.
Yes.
Okay, she has to
I
take it
live a
down.
block and a half from the proposed site. There's something, a concern that I have that hasn't been brought up. East Meadow has a lot of non-taxable land. We have Eisenhower Park, we have the jail, we have the hospital. On this block only in Prospect Avenue, we only had the Jewish Center. I've been here for 35 years. We only had the Jewish Center. We've never had a problem. But now we have a shul down the block, which is a private house that was sold and is now not taxable land. I didn't know that I don't know if the nursery school that's been there for years and years, I don't know if it's taxable or not. I didn't know who owned it. Now we're going to take another private house and make it a non-taxable land, which makes everyone's taxes go up. East Meadow can only absorb so much non-taxable land. And the other thing is they're stacked next to each other. The Jewish Center has classrooms, I've been in there many times, been to many bar mitzvahs there. It is a huge facility. Why can't they, and it's being actually a little underused now as far as I know, because our other Jewish Center closed, that was on Merrick Avenue. It's now houses. So why can't they avail themselves of that? And also, Prospect might be a secondary road, as they're saying. It's not wide. When I pull out of my driveway, I cannot pull out unless there's no traffic light for 3 blocks. Otherwise, I'm going to hit something, because there's no curb, so there's like extra room to swing around. We have, and I don't know when they were there, maybe they were there in the summer when there's no school. It's busy. We know with the school buses, I mean, we have and it's busy. Sometimes you have to wait quite a while to get down Prospect Avenue when you go into work or whatever, because the buses are stopped, there's a stop. Now, I never even thought about it. They're going to be putting more and more kids there. Why can't it be in another part of East Meadow? You know, why put it all on our block? We have to pull down the way. I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me why we have a huge Jewish center there and we need 3 more. I just don't get it. And also it's being underutilized. It sounds like the plan for it is not to really use all that space, because if you could put 400 people in it, what are you going to do? What are you going to use it for? You know, is it going to end up being a yeshiva down the road? Because if that's the case, then we'd even have more traffic issues with buses coming and going. They mentioned Woodland Middle School, where my daughter went. There's a big circular drive. The churches, all the churches in East Meadow, I'm Catholic. Every single one of them has a big parking lot. The Protestant church has a big parking lot. The Muslim Center on East Meadow Avenue has a big parking lot. They don't cause any issues. Why does it have, and we have these zoning rules for a reason, don't we? Do we have them just to ignore them and give anyone who wants to do anything, they can do it? Why do we have them? We have them to keep this as a nice, you know, neighborhood. I grew up and lived in Queens. I moved here with to have my children go here. If I wanted to have people parking on the street, I'd go back to Queens, where the churches don't have parking lots and everyone parks on the street. I have had people from the East Meadow Jewish Center. I have a 300-foot driveway. So they don't think it's a big deal. They park in my driveway. Okay? How is that okay? Because you can't see my house from the end of the driveway, so I think it's okay to pull in their park. You know, I can live with that when there's just occasionally from them, but now, is that going to happen more? And I just don't see, this is an overburden for this street. There are plenty of other streets. There were other open places. We had a lot of, oh my God, right on Hempstead Turnpike, we had huge land that nothing was in for years, where Modell was and other things. I mean, and if they've been here for as long as they say they have, because I don't know how long they've been here, there were other more commercially ready places to build. For instance, the Muslim Center was built in an old catering place. It used to be a catering hall. So they didn't change it from a beautiful house to a mosque. It's a beautiful piece of property, by the way. I was thinking about buying it. It's a gorgeous piece of property. And like they said, if they're gonna, I didn't know about this terrace in the back. Would you like people 2 stories up staring into your yard when you're lying out there sunning in your bathing suit? I mean, when you buy a house here, people have 6-foot fences, you know, and you have privacy. I didn't know the issues they were having behind me, taking away all their privacy. And it never dawned on me, all the extra cars and you know, Roosevelt Field, you all gave him variance to build all that secondary mall there. No one, I was school nurse in Clark. The amount of Asbury and Clark was horrendous. And I was very against the variance that let them build another thing over there, because the Asbury rates of children are increasing. You have to consider that too. And if you need so many variances, then like a little variance, okay, I want to put, you know, this a little higher, I want to do a little this, you know, I want to put my fence 6 feet instead of 5. You're talking about major. And this is what it's going to look like? This picture here? Yeah. May I look at it? It doesn't suit the neighborhood. I mean, the architecture, it's lovely. But it doesn't suit this neighborhood one way or another. And like I said, no grass, no bushes. No grass, no bushes. And we're going to have that for how many places down that block? We're talking about more than a block of no frontage and we're going to have a parking lot in front of it. So now I drive down the block, I have a parking lot in front of it. At least at the Jewish Center, the parking lot's in back with a nice curved driving for them to drop people off. And this is not the right place. There are other places where you can put it, even if you want to stay within East Meadow. So I do believe East Meadow is overburdened with non-taxable land, which makes everyone's property taxes higher.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Albert, I don't know your last name, I apologize. 614 Gordon Lane.
Hi, members of the board.
Name and address for the record,
My name
sir.
is Albert Barakayev, 614 Garden Lane, East Meadow, 11544. I mostly agree with what was said above. My main reasons is safety. Because I live on a Garden Lane, 614 Garden Lane, and it's literally like on a corner. So in the morning, when we have school buses passes by, you can say how construct that area is. So it's sometimes the reason to have the accident there. Also, my backyard is literally facing the north side of that project. So that also means there is a potential of accidents happen. A lot of people, sometimes when they're idling or just standing there or while they're parking, they can accidentally press the wrong pedal. And that may end up in our backyard. God forbid something, happens with our member or even with the property. Plus, whatever I heard today was mostly based on the numbers that was actually presented for today members. So potentially, we don't know how quickly they grow and how many parking spots they're gonna need. So let's say, even if we agree with that number of parking today, and that's okay, but what about tomorrow? What about a year, 2 years from now? What are they gonna do? How are they gonna provide that parking? The East Meadow Jewish Center, I don't know, I've been living there for 7 years, and I have to say, on the big holidays, all the streets that surrounding it is packed with the cars, literally packed. And I have to say, maybe they have 100, 150 parking spots available at that facility, but it's not enough. Now, just imagine have the same thing, but not at the same scale. But that's gonna be happening every week. And it's all going to be affecting literally our areas. Approving this project as is means prioritizing convenience over community safety. We urge you to take the necessary steps to protect your constituents and ensure this development is a possible addition, but not a burden to our neighborhood. Thank you, Board.
Sharona Theme, 624 Garden Lane. Would you like to speak, sir? Sharon.
My name is Sharon Asim. I live on 624 Garden Lane in the corner. We are a small growing family. We moved here just to find a nice place where we can expand our family. I have 3 kids, and currently the situation with the schools, buses, I live on the corner. And I feel that having this additional development will cause a lot of traffic congestion for us. We are the corner house, and even in that situation, we feel that during the school times, our buses are, our roads are crowded already with the school buses. So I feel that this, I do oppose this development at this point. I fully concur with Mr. Walsh with his arguments. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Walsh, we heard from you. Charles Miritzmick, 602 Garden Lane? That's you? Okay. I'm sorry about the inability to properly enunciate your last name.
You're forgiven.
Thank you.
My parents bought the house in
No,
1950.
what is your name? Your name and
Charles
address?
Morotznik,
Miratznik.
602 Garden Lane, co-owner. My parents bought the house in 1955. My parents bought the house in 1955, moved from Bay Ridge to Long Island, and we enjoyed the house. We still own it. My sister and I still own it, and it's been a great place to live. Now, it's changed. I'm going to have a 30-foot wall in my backyard, driveways in my backyard, honking lights, noise, pollution, construction, demolition, toxic environments. The board has to take this into consideration, that there's been no dispute that this is not really a religious negative. everybody who's spoken has not said anything about religion, because it's really about real estate. I can't understand how a broker sold this group that property, knowing that it's violative of so many variances, and they still bought it. So creating that hardship should fall on them, not on us. We like the house. We like East Meadow. This isn't Lawrence, by the way. East Meadow is a different financial community than the 5 towns, as I think the applicants have stated in their real estate appraisal. What happens when they breach their conditions in 3 years? Or they sell it, or they bring in another group, or they have a different expansion. What's going to happen to us? Because the board's not going to do anything. The board would have been finished. Then it falls on us. There's no escrow. We have no control. We're going to call the building department. They're not going to come after 5 complaints. They're going to have free reign over our little community. And I think it's unjust. If they want to build a project, go to Hempstead Turnpike, right? Go to Hempstead Turnpike. There's got to be a lot of available space there. There are other places to move to, not to piggyback on a federal statute for a property and a construction that doesn't fit. And there's no way it could be rationalized that it does fit. And the board knows that. I know you're under a difficult decision because of the religious context, and I sympathize. But nonetheless, we have rights, and we shouldn't be affected. I can't imagine having a backyard 30-foot wall with a terrace for cocktail parties. Forget usages. They're not going to have 30, 40 people a week. They're going to have 200, 300 people. They're going to bus them in from Brooklyn or Queens. It's not going to be just a few people on a weekly basis. It's an accident waiting to happen. There's certainly going to be problems with traffic and congestion. Forget the noise and the pollution. It's an accident waiting for... Whatever you can do to protect us, we do appreciate. I don't think you really can protect us in granting any application for this type of facility in a residential neighborhood. We have enough temples. We have enough churches. Thank you very much for your time.
Margaret Kuzminski? Virginia Kuzminski? Either one? They left? Edward Shorty, 609 Garden Lane.
Edward Shorts, 609 Garden Lane. I'm on the one block that you have to turn on both corners. And I just wanted to mention the traffic concerns that will be going on there. People didn't mention, we have school buses from a very close school. And sometimes I've seen those school buses go from one corner to the next. And that's just the buses, okay? Other things to consider is mail trucks, delivery trucks, landscaping trucks, oil delivery trucks, regular cars, construction trucks if this goes through. What happens when it snows? I've been there during snowstorms. Guess the streets get tighter. How do people get back? How do they get around? Especially with the buses. And what happens with illegal parkers? Because that's what's going to happen when you start to have too many people in the spot. You're going to have, up on Prospect, you might have too close to the corner pockets and people that get around them. So it's a big safety issue, really. And I see this every day because I live right in the middle of Garden Lane. I feel bad for the people that are going to have that construction going on right behind them. Two other concerns, well, one other concern would be if they do pile driving, how are they protected? If they end up with cracks in their basements, is that considered? Is it going to be controlled by somebody that it happens? Do they have an indemnity? Is it going to be like a labor union that's going to be doing the construction? Is it going to be on weekends? All these questions I just want everybody to consider. don't know. That's about it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeffrey Hershkovitz, 161 Ava Drive, East Meadow? He left, okay. Natalie Nee Howard, 1394 Hemlock Avenue in East Meadow? No. Jose Ramos did not sign in. Would you like to speak, sir? Go ahead. He's been sworn. I thought he was sworn in.
My name is Jose Ramos. I reside at 591 Garden Lane, East Meadow, New York. I've lived there for 39 years. I have just one issue with the presentation that was done today by these folks. I forget how to say it.
The applicant.
The applicant, thank you. And that's the fact that that presentation is inconsistent with the presentation they have on YouTube talking about growth. They're projecting growth over the next several years, more than triple what they have today, what they presented here today. So where is that growth going to go if this is their main campus? Other than that, I have no issue. But they should present what their plans are over the future, because we all know you give a variance today, and tomorrow they do whatever they want. I'm not talking about them in particular, but anybody who gets variance. That changes over time. We lived there. Again, I've been there for 39 years. So that's the problem. That's the only problem I have. Thank you.
Thank you. No. Avia Ham, someone living at 258, 258 Clennon Avenue? No? Okay. Vishwanan Goberdan. Pardon? All right, they'll swear you in.
My name is Vishwanan Goberdan. I reside at 592 Garden Lane, East Meadow, New York.
Slow down a little.
I apologize. Good evening.
Good evening.
Like the first speaker, I only moved to East Meadow 4 years ago. I have a very young family, and one of the things that this would affect me very, very much, not only myself but my family. My son is autistic. He does not agree well with changes. It affects him a lot. Not to mention the noise pollution for construction in the next 2 years is granted. I moved from Orlando, Florida to East Meadow 4 years ago for, as a lot of my neighbors said, the peace and the quiet. And for that, also for my son. I'm not here to fight these guys, but I'm looking for peace for my son. And that's the reason why we moved to East Meadow, because we found it there. And as I said, he's autistic. He does not do well with changes and noise. He has a sensory issue. For the guy's piece, if I take him on somewhere that's very loud, we have to give him noise cancellation headphones. And it's unfair for him to be living in his house for 2 years while this construction is going on with noise cancellation headphones. I don't think it's fair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Frank Berkowitz? Would you like to speak, sir? No? Diane Cohen? Okay. Stephen Rosenthal? Okay. Richard Mello? Were you sworn in, Mr. Mello?
I was, yes.
Okay. Name and address for the record, sir.
My name is Rich Mello, 1493 Greenman Lane, East Meadow. Board member, I'm going to take your advice and just echo the sentiments of my fellow neighbors. I think that would be considerate to everyone. I like for you all to consider if this was your neighborhood and this development was being placed up the block from where you are and would affect you in the ways that it is going to affect us. We are a small group of neighbors here. We don't have a lot. We've had to piece our, finances together just to be able to live where we do, and we are up against an organization, and we don't have certain resources and certain backing, but we do have you guys, and that is pretty much what we all have, is you guys, and so we would like you to consider keeping East Meadow residential.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Eileen Huber? No. Roger and Tiffany Magali? No. Lillian Zimmerman Schneider? Okay. Adam Wilkes, didn't sign in. Pro or con? Would you like to speak?
Adam Wilkes, 481 Richmond Road, East Meadow, New York. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I kind of just jumped up here. I don't have anything prepared for you. I could say that I've been a resident to East Meadow for 44 years. A lot's changed. It's from the heavy vegetation, the trees, to kids going from house to house playing hide and seek. And that happens. Now, one thing I could say is the way that I came upon the JHC community, is that I was looking for a preschool for my child. Ultimately enrolled in the preschool, and I was stunned by how warm and welcoming they were, to the point where truly they're like family. They became like family to us. I understand the opposition's concerns. I mean, I do. And like I wish that I could go back 44 years ago also. I mean, seeing the kids on the street playing, having a good time, block parties, a true community. And what I found here with JHC is a community that I've long lost in the town of East Meadow. Now, there was a temple on Merrick Avenue that it's been mentioned several times, Temple Emmanuel. They have long shut down. Just passing by East Meadow Jewish Center, that's a far cry from what it used to be as well. I know people reference that as being, adding additional congestion, but this new build wouldn't even come close to what the East Meadow Jewish Center had in the past when we had an East Meadow with, all due respect, much more substance. Substance in general, no matter where you are on Long Island, it's become more commercialized, and who doesn't want those deep roots and the community living and the vegetation, and I found that with JHC, and I just came up, I wanted to be here to support them. Honestly, I think that my son wouldn't be where he is, so psychologically, maturity, etc., if it wasn't for them. They really instilled true values into him, and I'm forever indebted to them, and that's why I'm here today. I just wanted to kind of speak from the heart, and that's it. I thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Joseph Fischler? Daphne Liebel? Would you like to speak, ma'am? A few bullet points.
Daphne Liebel. I've lived in East Meadow for 32 years. Bullet point. Construction, it's going to be temporary until it's finished. Noise, that's going to be temporary until it's finished. Pollution, welcome to Long Island. Traffic, I'm sorry, it's all over Long Island. The JAC is a community center, and it should be inside the community, not on Hempstead Turnpike. Change is inevitable everywhere. Sorry. Peace and quiet will come after the construction is done. Sorry, that's it.
Thank you. Tracy Goodman Rossetti. Sir, if, I'm gonna have this guy ejected, all right? Get security. All right. Tracy Goodman Rossetti. No? Shifra Turk? Pardon? Okay. Yale Roth. Michael Roth. Okay. Greg Zavazanov? Is it Esther?
My name is Greg Zavlunov. I moved from, and my address is 448 Chamberlain Street. I lived in East Nora for the last 7 years. My father passed away right into COVID, and I needed to go to shul. I couldn't find a shul. I thought I had to go to Queens to pray for my father, and then I find this beautiful place, and the rabbis inside welcomed me, said, don't worry about anything, we'll teach you everything you need to know. Since then, I've never been in a synagogue as caring as this place was. There's so much to say about this synagogue, how much they bring the neighborhood together. Once a month we do shopping dinner, Shabbat dinners where the whole community get together. I think it's very healthy for community to learn to be kind and to be nice to everyone around you. So I think this place is gonna bring a lot of positivity to the East Meadow. I've heard people complaining about the construction of the building. This building is so old, I think anybody who's gonna buy this building has to destroy the building to build it back. So I don't know what the complaint is unless they want the building to stay as is. I think the value of the properties around actually going down because of this property is so not taken care of for a very long time. That's my thing. I hope everything goes well.
Thank you. Ms. Berger, or Mr. Berger, 398 Garden Street? Left, sorry. Walter Dans?
My name is Walter Dans. My address is 484 Benito Street in East Meadow, New York. I migrated here from the Bronx 25 years ago for my retirement to live in a peaceful, quiet, beautiful community called Heritage Village, which is around the corner from the two temples and the daycare center that's on Prospect Avenue. And I resent the testimony of the traffic engineer that claims it's going to be a wonderful thing to put up this new development in our community. If anything, I'm an expert. I'm here 25 years, and I've observed the increase in traffic, the increase in cars parking in our community in front of our homes, causing distress and dismay to the residents of our community. And it's only going to cause more trouble by having this new project coming in here, causing the distress to our community. I want to enjoy the quiet and peacefulness that I put a lot of time and effort into my home and enjoy it for my final years in this community. This project is going to be a detriment to our community and to Heritage Village. We have 53 homes that were built here in 1980 and to enjoy our peacefulness, and this project is going to destroy it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Myers?
My name is Ann Myers.
I live at 1611 Meadowwoods Drive.
Can you, honey, can you please make the microphone bend it or else we can hear you better?
I don't know.
It's like bend, I think it should.
Thank you. Is that better? Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. My name again is Ann Myers. It's 1611 Meadowwoods Drive in East Meadow, which is not in the immediate vicinity of this, but I transverse Prospect Avenue several times a day, from the grocery store, from physical therapy to physical therapy or occupational therapy. I mean, a lot. And of course, to Walter's home. And he should have told you his age because he doesn't look it, but he's almost 90. And so I'm there to be a support system for him. And I can tell you that at that corner, Prospect going on to Belmore, they have it striped where one half is larger than the other side, and it's dangerous. And Walter, stay calm, nothing happened, but he's hearing for the first time that I almost had an accident with a bicycle rider one day as I turned off into Prospect. And stay calm. He knows about the time I was parked and a car hit my car so hard in front of his house, it ended up under my car. And when they separated the two cars, unfortunately, that was the death of my car. It was a Subaru Forester, and I loved it. In any event, I don't understand the math when you say that you can take a certain number of parking spaces from 9 feet required to 8.5, and that gives you this number. I don't understand this new math, but I never did as my kids were growing up either. I don't know legally what things you're allowed to consider here and what you're not, so originally I wanted to be here because I was concerned that people might say, well, you're anti-Semitic and that's why you don't want this. So I wanted to identify publicly that I am Jewish, and that's not why I don't want it. I don't want it because I feel that it is wrong for the neighborhood, that corner that I've mentioned is already a problem, and the problem will be exacerbated. Right now, yes, somebody mentioned cones. I'm aware of that on Coakley. As I pull onto Coakley, I like the cones because they prevent parking to the corner. And many times when I turn into Coakley, I'm turning into cars that are just face to face with me because they have nowhere else to go when there's parking on both sides of the street. And that's what they're suggesting should be the solution. Park in the neighborhood. Yes, there's room, but it's a danger. Let me see. There's a curve on your block, and you can't see around that curve to see oncoming traffic. And to the point where I have spoken to the town about that, they said go around, get a petition with every signature, and they would consider parking changes, or parking on one side, or not here to corner, or whatever they would do. Not my job. I just don't understand. To me, the obvious solution is, since you're already renting the nursery school property, why don't you get together with the existing temple and make an arrangement, because they're losing membership. People are moving to Florida, a place I will never ever return to. Other people are unfortunately dying off. But that to me seems to be the answer. Take advantage, partner with the existing building and see if you can work out an arrangement. I'm not saying don't come or you're not welcome. All I'm saying is do it in a collaborative way.
My name is
Joshua Wax. I live at 608 Garden Lane. You've already heard my uncle speak, all right? I also have some evidence here to, before the board, if they would like to look at it, that accentuates what I'm talking about. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I am here today to talk before you about said proposal at 1440 Prospect Avenue. Would be severely detrimental to the neighborhood and our quality of life. I would just also like to make mention that through this whole ordeal, there's been a lack of transparency by the JHC. The fact that the town board already denied them once earlier in the year on March 4th, 2025, we weren't even privy to this go around the neighbors. We were only notified of such proposal after they applied for variance exception. Now I and some of my fellow neighbors have banded together and opposed said proposal. Because we think it will be detrimental to quality of life, increased traffic congestion, loss of privacy, etc. Our opposition to said proposal is only in reference to these things. Yet, the JHC or people that work or associate with them have gone out of their way to intimidate us, slander us, and demean us via social media posts and other ways, including they've also accused us of fear-mongering based tactics on a social media post on a group called East Meadow Mom and Dad's group on Facebook. Let's see, where was my spot here? But everything in that bag.
Let's take them one by one. He needs to take them out and identify.
Well, if you want, I can explain real quick what I'm presenting. One of them is a sign that we posted around the community to raise community awareness. Another is a picture of somebody vandalized our sign, and I brought the copy of our sign and then the picture that to show that they vandalized us. And I also bought their Facebook post slandering us, demeaning us, basically calling us all things besides saying the word anti-Semite and racist, but that's what they meant. So, you have your right to object, but I would like to finish my statement. Okay. Let me see. They have accused us of fear-mongering based tactics, vandalizing our signs that we put around to raise community awareness and support. What our concern is about is it being a residential zone only, and traffic congestion and quality of life. I am third generation to live on this block. I am one of only 2 families on my block that are original families, okay? I've seen the whole neighborhood change my whole life. Yes, this change is inevitable, but the change that they're asking for is overkill. Let's see. Now, from the moment the JHC found out the neighborhood had opposition to their proposal, they have gone out of their way to be extremely nasty and demean us. They have personally, verbally attacked me and by a woman that I know works for their organization. I did research and background check on her. She works for their Hebrew school. She was going down, ripping our signs down. She had an interaction with me. I calmly tried to tell her what we're doing. She cursed me like a sailor, threatened me with a big dog, and told me I need to rip down the signs and that I'm a raging anti-Semite and a racist. I take that with great offense. I'm a proud Jew. As my uncle stated, my grandpa fought in World II. He was a proud American Jew. I lived in Israel for 5 years. I lived on a kibbutz for 6 months. And I take great offense that they had the nerve to call me an anti-Semite, and they don't even know me. The woman had never met me before. Okay? Let's see. We were putting up the signs to raise awareness in the community because the neighborhood, because not every person or house or street that is affected received an official notice in the mail. It's to the proposal at 14 Prospect Avenue. Where they want to build the proposal runs property the whole parallel of my backyard. So I will have to look at this structure for an infinity time. Not only will it run the whole parallel of my backyard, but where they propose to put the dumpster is right along my fence line. And also the two-lane park drive, where cars will constantly be going back to park in their little parking lot, runs the whole length of my parking lot. So I will have to breathe in all that. I will have to listen to that. It will destroy my quality of life, my privacy, my fresh air. Okay? This will seriously hamper the quality of life due to noise pollution, smells from the dumpster, etc. The fact that they want to build this structure here is completely out of line with the rest of the neighborhood. Not to mention we already have the East Meadow Jewish Center, which has well served our community for over 60 years. The fact that they want to build right next to the other temple is overkill, redundant, and superfluous. Me and my fellow neighbors, we are not against temples or synagogues or any house of worship, in fact. The fact remains, why does there need to be two temples right next to each other in the neighborhood? The property in question, in truth, acts as a buffer to the neighbors that live here and as a green zone. There are so many vacant lots all over East Meadow, commercial lots, that could better accommodate the structure they want to build. Thank you for your time, for letting me speak. Have a great day.
I'm Robert Fetterbush, 1898 Lincoln Avenue here in East Meadow. I'm coming today with a different position than I walked in the door with, and part of it is because my position before was based solely upon one of those posters that are hanging there, which I haven't changed my opinion on, or horribly written, and when that's all you see, you get the impression that it was written by someone as an anti-Semitic statement. And I still stand by that the case that was written and sent around publicly was a horrible job. In the same vein, I fully support this group's desire and want, and should have every right to expand their domain, and I support any group who wants additional religious freedom here in the United States. But here in today's meeting, I changed my opinion on that. That's the spot for it. That is not the spot for it. I've been here for 40 years. I know it very well. I know the street. I may be a quarter of a mile away and not one of the people who are directly impacted, but I'm almost every day I'm there. I walk around the neighborhood 5 miles every day, and I pass it by, probably 3 or 4 days a week. And that is just not the spot for it. And the people who live adjacent are the ones who have to be listened to here. Their opinion counts. It matters. The person who said basically tough in terms of it was just deplorable, but their issue is not the construction. Their issue is the ongoing environment that they need to live in, and nobody should have to deal with that. And I would hope that you will defend, that you, the board, will defend them in that process and not put an obstruction, a monstrosity in the way of their peace and quiet in this lovely neighborhood of East Meadow. Like I said, I fully support, in the same vein, there is plenty of area on East Meadow Avenue, plenty of area on Hempstead Turnpike, and to me that would seem like a great addition, and I support the group who wants to expand also. Just that's not the place. Thank you very much.
you. I've been going through these papers trying to calculate, and the number, I can't reconcile everything because some papers have certain square footages in little boxes. I tried adding them, whatever it is. It seems big to me. I'm only one. Is there no scenario where, you know, a little bit's lopped off each side, maybe it's scooted, the driving way's flipped on the other side or something like that? So you have a few more spots on site, your requirement goes down a little and it's not quite such, and if no is no, it's fine. I just mean, is that...
Frankly, I can speak to my clients about that. I was going to address to some extent that very point about discussing possible modifications, but if I may, let me just address some other things first. First of all, the reference by the last, or the second to last speaker about a March denial of this application. The only thing I can think that he's referring to is the building department denial of this application. So this is the first time this board is hearing this case for this property, and there's been no prior denial. Moreover, there were some references to there being a catering facility at this site, which is simply not the case. So that came out of left field. But speaking to the relevant objection testimony that was brought up, I would first address some of the things that Mr. Lottie said. One, the reference to the queuing and the stall sizes, or rather the queuing and the ability of the property to be safely entered and exited. You know, there is approximately 170 feet between Prospect Avenue and the parking area in the rear, where it'll be and easily 9 to 10 cars can stack there if there was that kind of stacking needed. But vehicles will pull in, they'll go to the back, they'll park, they'll take their children out, and they'll walk them into the school like many other facilities. That is not unheard of, that's not uncommon at places of worship and things like this. Hold on one second. The assertion relating to the 300 feet that that the board should only consider property outside of 300 feet. I have to believe that's a misinterpretation of the code, because this board has had hearings where it has considered, especially on purely orthodox applications, where it's considered parking available within a quarter mile. The 300-foot limitation is for counting parking spaces, you know, toward as meeting your parking requirement, not being parking spaces available on the street. Anytime a religious institution is considered for a parking variance, the board considers the parking on the streets. Doesn't matter if it's a little over, or it doesn't matter if it's 400 feet away or 500 feet away. If it's walkable, as Mr. Mueller asserted that it is, then it's taken into consideration. So I think that's a misinterpretation. The assertion that the space count is incorrect in terms of our requirement. First of all, I would assert that the building department reviewed the plans, not once but twice. They went with the calculation that was performed by Build Architecture. The building department reviewed it and denied it. This board knows that if the building department disagrees with the parking calculations, they will oftentimes either send it back to the applicant to tell them to recalculate it, or they'll change it themselves. They'll actually physically modify the plans and indicate what the actual parking requirement should be. That did not occur here. So consequently, as much as Mr. Lottie may have his own interpretation, it doesn't apply here, because the building department, the only official body that has denied this application and determined what the parking requirement is, has confirmed that 80 spaces are required, whereas the 27 are provided. And frankly, if the opposition had wanted to actually challenge that determination by the building department, then they were obligated under the New York State town law to actually appeal that determination to this board and ask for this board's interpretation of that. They did not do that. So that assertion is not properly before this board in terms of the number of stalls required. The 80 stalls required is what's before this board. The other assertions having to do with the lot size and the building size, we heard from both Mr. Lottie and Mr. Walsh that this is a residential lot. This is a lot that is for a single-family residence. This is a 25,000 square foot lot, more than 4 times the lot size requirement, the lot area size requirement for residences in the Residence B district. If a single-family house was to be built on this property, it could have a footprint of over 6,800 square feet. With a basement and 3 stories, that would be close to 20,000 square feet, over 20,000 square feet of building area, FAR. And as I said, a footprint larger than what we are proposing. We are at an 18% building lot coverage. We do not need relief for that, as we don't need relief but for a pergola and a patio. We don't need relief for setbacks. We comply with the setbacks. The assertion that this is going to be a 30-foot wall in someone's backyard, a single-family house could be 30 feet tall and much closer to that backyard than the house proposed is. Well, very true. And that goes to, the assertion was, well, why didn't they consider a smaller building? Well, frankly, the party that has been truly transparent in this process has been my client. Not only did we first reach out to the neighbors and hold a community meeting before we ever went to the board, we held a community meeting. We indicated what we were doing and how they would use the building. We then said that we would be open to discussions about potential landscaping, potential modifications, perhaps putting higher fencing, whatever the case may be. After that, on July 2nd, when we were supposed to proceed, we were told that the application was going to be adjourned because there was an attorney retained. I contacted the attorney, whom I know. He's a very fine attorney. He's a gentleman. I contacted the attorney shortly after the adjournment. I asked him, do you want to get together with your clients and perhaps talk about modifications to this? The answer that eventually came back was no. We're simply going to oppose the case. So, my client has made the effort to do that. Could there be modifications made? We can consider them. But the fact of the matter is, since July and before that, we made the effort to at least communicate and discuss potential mitigation, and it was basically just dismissed on the part of the opposition. They just didn't want the project. And I know the assertion is that there's nothing against them, nothing against the religious use, but clearly, the fact that this is a religious use, and I'm not saying that it's because it's a Jewish use or anything, but the fact that it's a religious use at all is their concern. And the fact of the matter is, up until 2007, this town's building zone ordinance in residential zones permitted places of worship as of right. Then, when they imposed the special exception requirement, it still made it a special exception, not a variance. So it is contemplated as a permitted use as long as certain criteria are met. Now, this board has heard from the only experts from a real estate standpoint and from a traffic standpoint that the board heard from today testified that this will not negatively impact property values, that it will not create a burden on municipal service, and it will not create traffic or parking hazard. Lastly, the parking variance. Mr. Walsh speaks as if there's no parking being provided on site whatsoever. There's 27 spaces being provided on site. This board well knows that in many applications that have come before, especially for projects of the Jewish persuasion, there are often variances that have been granted that are far greater variances than the variance being sought here. This is a large amount of parking when one considers what the relief being requested and considers the use of the property. The board always has to consider the use of the property. Rabbi Turk sat here and was completely transparent on how the property would be used and indicated that he's willing to accept reasonable conditions. And certainly this board knows better than anyone that the state law, the federal law says that this board has to make an effort to accommodate the religious needs by granting variances and imposing reasonable restrictions as opposed to denying them outright. So we've indicated that we can accept reasonable conditions. We're even prepared to consider potential reasonable modifications. But with that in mind, remember, this has already been delayed nearly 6 months as a result of the opposition, with no willingness to have for that opposition to speak to us and discuss mitigation. So we would like the board to grant it as is, but we understand that the board can and most likely will impose reasonable conditions, and we have no problems with that. So all that being said, did you want to say something?
Not a lot of them showed up. We did send a notice to them. A few of them did show up, and some of them were very accommodating. Some of them were very not accommodating, which understandable that they could be upset, and we wanted to work with them. For example, one of the issues they keep having about why we put the property on this side versus that side, and that was one of the things that came up in the discussion, and we explained to them that we moved it to that side so it's further away from your houses. If you want us to switch it, so the drive-through lanes on the other side, we'd be happy to do that, but they don't want to have any discussion. They just wanted to stop it. So we were trying to work with them in whatever way we can, and we met with a lot of opposition and hanging up signs and whatever, and that's...
All that being said, I believe that the criteria for the relief required has been met based upon the expert testimony that's before the board, and we would ask that the board grant the application with all reasonable conditions. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Initially, I didn't know who I represented, how big it was going to be, where their properties lined up. So me being able to discuss mitigation as it related to that site initially, I said to them, I can't really do it because I don't know who I'm representing. I couldn't mitigate against and then harm other people. But we never went back to that conversation, so it was not intentional that I was ignoring mitigation. It was that I wasn't permitted to discuss it at that point in time. There's always a chance in my world to always discuss mitigation. I want to make sure the record's clear on it. And I think the transparency, the gentleman that spoke on our side, the neighbor, there were signs taken down, and he testified personal knowledge of it from an employee. I think it was even acknowledged, to be wrong, that it was an employee initially, it was apologized for, but he was venting a legitimate thing that happened. At that point in time, things broke down completely with respect to the ability to talk. We have not, we've delayed this, but I don't know that I've delayed it. The first time it was adjourned by the applicant. The second time I did because I just got engaged. The third time it was the applicant who wanted to respond to our application. And now we're here. So I think it was mutual adjournments, not us delaying the resolution. That's all I need. Thank you.
I was not looking to cast aspersions on Mr. Walsh, but the fact remains, when we met with the neighbors, we invited all the neighbors who were noticed to come to a meeting. We talked about what we were going to do, and we offered to them, talk to us about mitigation, talk to us about potential modifications, and we were rebuffed. And thereafter, it was rebuffed further. Whether or not there was any real effort on the part of the neighbors to do that is indisputable, because we tried and we were never contacted back. So, thank you.
But I will move, Mr. Chairman, that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Each of you who have signed in will receive a copy of the board's decision in the mail once we render it. Thank you all. It's been a long day. Please have a safe home. Aye.
Short break. and then come back and make decisions on those that we are capable of making decisions on today.
No, but I went through.
All right. All right, we're going to do,
Oh, let me just sharpen my pencil and
yeah,
paper.
we are going to do decisions. All right, cases 544 of 25 and 545 of 25, Point Lookout, Brian Emery. I want to hold that case. I want to hold those cases. Cases 555 and 556, East Meadow, 680 Newbridge Road. That's a renewal of a grant to use the premises for sale of display of used cars with part of the building as a sales office and permission to park in the front yard setbacks on North Jerusalem Road and Newbridge Road. 680 Newbridge Road. Do I have any comments from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
I make a motion on 555 to 556 East Meadow, 680 Newbridge Road LLC, renewal of grants to use premises for sale and
Reserve.
display used cars.
I'm going to reserve it.
Permission to park in front yard setbacks on Newbridge Road be granted as requested.
I'm going to reserve it.
5 years.
5
Same
years, same
conditions.
conditions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next case, 557 of 2025 Point Lookout, Jed Rayner. Variance is lot area occupied, side yard aggregate, rear yard maintained, one-story addition and garage, conversion to unfinished storage, both attached to dwelling on 60 Belmore Avenue in Point Lookout. Do I have any comments? If not, do I have a motion?
I move case 557 of 25, Point Lookout, Jed Rayner, located at 60 Belmore Avenue, be approved as requested.
All right.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Case 558 of 2025, Lido Beach. Michael Barrow, variances, lot area occupied, rear yard maintain a rooftop deck with stairs attached to dwelling, 40 Alivard Street. There's a front porch, and I think there was an admission that nothing would be further enclosed.
Yep.
All right, any questions, any other questions or comments from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
558, 2025 in Lido Beach, Michael Barrow, that at 40 Alivard Street be granted as requested.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed, any abstention? Case 559 of 2025, I'm going to hold that case. That goes on reserve. I had a lot of issues with that.
Okay.
All right. Cases 560 and 561 in West Hempstead, Monica Dos Santos. Maintain a pool not permitted in the front yard on Hempstead Gardens Drive with less than required setback. Maintain a shed with less than required side yard setbacks, northeast corner of Greenwood Court and Hempstead Gardens Drive. 501 Greenwood. Any comments from the board? If not, do I have a motion? And this is with, also you might mention that the fence has to be moved back to the property line.
Make a motion. Cases 560 through 561 of 2025 in West Hempstead, 501 Greenwood Court, be approved as requested, with the note that there's, that the materials, that the applicant indicated, the materials also indicated that the fence is to be moved onto the property line, despite the fact that the fence is not otherwise before us.
Second? All in favor? Any opposed? Case 562 of 25, near Westbury, Michael Rick. Variance side yard aggregate, maintain addition to rear open patio and cellar entrance wall, both attached to dwelling, 2000 Stratford Drive near Westbury. Comment? Remain, the open patio is to remain open.
As is the cellar entrance, not to be further enclosed. This is the one, they built it larger.
Near the wall. No.
Case 562 of 2025, location of property is 2000 Stratford Drive near Westbury. With respect to the open patio, a condition will be that it will never be enclosed and used as living space. So other than that, everything is granted.
All in favor? Any opposed? 563 of 2025. Near Island Park, Pedro Walter Cariotti. Variances, front yard average setback, lot area occupied, construct front second story deck and rear deck with stairs, both attached to the dwelling. Property address is 147 Audubon Boulevard. There should be a condition, I think they agreed to a condition, that there wouldn't be, that neither of the decks would be enclosed. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, somebody want to make a motion?
Make a motion on file number 563, Pedro Walter Carotti, 147 Audubon Boulevard, Variance front yard, average setback, second-story deck, rear deck with stairs, be granted as requested with a condition that neither deck can be enclosed.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Or the front roofed over, right?
Yep. Next cases, 564 to 566, 2025. Baldwin, John Carapella. First of all, they characterize it as a use variance.
Which I think the council is going to deal with.
Change that, and,
Done?
I mean, that was the garage from hell.
Right, but didn't we have wine and prosciutto in there?
Yeah, well, they can have the wine and prosciutto, but the next guy's gonna make it an apartment.
I looked at that this morning, and the testimony bears it out in my mind that that should not be, a use variance for that should not be granted. They can restore it to a two-car garage the way it is, so that, as far as I'm concerned, the use variance should be denied, which would be case number 564.
So when you say, let it revert to a two-car garage,
Yeah,
what are we gonna do about the structure above it?
that's
Well,
denied.
he did say that there had been a staircase that was taken down.
It's got a ladder
Well, the
now.
house is being sold too, remember, didn't he say that? The house
Yes.
is being
Yeah,
sold, so they cleaned
there's-
out that whole upstairs?
There's money in
Yeah.
escrow.
I don't think they closed yet.
I just, I have a real problem allowing that structure to remain in its current condition. I do. I mean,
I'm sorry.
I have a real problem allowing that garage to remain in its current condition.
100%
It
agree
should
with you.
be, that whole second story, and there's gonna be a case coming before us on Meacham Avenue, and I'm not gonna, I mean, I'll hear the testimony, but when you throw up something like that, and I get it, the guy did it 55 years ago, great. Conditions have
C'est la
changed,
vie.
I would not approve that, make him go with the initial configuration, and that's the end of it.
That's-
Rip the rest of it out.
If there's any more no more discussion about it, I will make the
I'm not
motion.
making a motion, I can't.
I would make a motion at case 564, which references the use variance to maintain its second-story accessory structure larger than permitted, exceeding the horizontal maximum on all sides, that was originally a garage, and it had a second story to it. The building department declared it a use variance. I would deny the use variance and allow him to restore it to a garage the way it was originally built. The rest of the variances,
And what if there were other edits? Do you want him to restore it?
To a
Just to
zoning
take-
compliant?
yeah, that's a good way of putting
Or just
it.
take up the second level and
To zoning compliant.
Zoning
That's-
compliant garage.
And by the way, you correct me if I'm wrong, but there was no testimony given that would warrant a use variance on that case. None whatsoever.
Correct.
So, in any event.
And I,
It's the heaviest standard to establish.
Yeah, second, so we've got a motion. Who's going to second it? Thank you. All in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Mr. Carapella is going to have to.
I have, 564 was denied, they're permitted to restore to a zoning compliant garage with conditions that the open space remains open.
you know, it,
What about the side yard, maintain the rear roof over attached to dwelling? I want to go, can you withdraw that motion? I would like to inspect that, because the place looked like a disaster.
there really is nothing to look at. I was there this morning. You can't see anything. The pictures that were submitted to the board are what's there.
Maintain the front roof over? Okay.
No, that's a good point. I think that I missed that one. So,
Maintain the rear roof over? I mean, I don't know what that looked like. I don't believe the photos did it justice.
I agree.
I might want to deny the whole thing.
I'm with you on that. So I withdraw the motion on case 564, which I referenced only for the second story to the higher and larger than permitted as a use variance. And I withdraw the rest of the motion. So here we are back again.
So you want to make a motion to deny all the cases?
I move that case 564 and 566 be denied in its entirety. However, if they wish to restore the two-car garage, which is what it was, that it can be restored. I don't know how you're going to write that up as a denial, or if it's necessary to even
Denial.
qualify.
They're different structures.
They
Yeah.
are.
They're two different structures.
I don't have that.
The garage is one, and the rear roof over, whatever that may be,
It's a roof over that's attached to the dwelling, it's probably just like a covered portion of the
didn't
house
look
that's
like
attached.
that. It looked like an extension on the back of the house.
But it's
Yes.
over, correct? It's like a gazebo that's affixed to the house or something?
I didn't know that it was open. It was
I think
enclosed.
that's
Looked
it.
like
The
it was
pictures
enclosed.
isn't that good, because I didn't,
Did you
didn't
want to
go there.
reserve and inspect?
we'll take out the pictures,
Okay.
if you don't mind.
So let's go to 567 and 68. East Meadow, Richard Leone. Variance, lot area occupied, maintain deck attached to dwelling. Special exception to maintain accessory structure, a shed exceeding horizontal maximum with lot area occupied. 1984 School Street. Any discussion? If not, do I have a motion on those cases?
I'm in cases 567 and 568. Locate property 1984 School Street in East Meadow be granted as requested with condition that any deck to not be enclosed.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mr. Chairman, if we could refer back to 564, there's photos here, just to refresh our memory.
What's the goal? Is this the roof over?
Yes.
Let me, oh, wait, hold on, let me just, can I,
Hold it.
because this is the roof over, I think, that's the roof over.
Yeah, it's the same behavior.
Yeah, this is the roof over.
What is this?
That's the top of the
That's the
garage.
garage, because those photos are from the garage file.
That's the garage?
This
Look
is
at,
the
look
roof.
at the one top left, top right.
Yeah, I see that.
That's,
This is the back of the garage? I guess? Yeah, must be. All right, so we took care of that. Then the
This is the roof over.
all right, that's gotta be kept open, as Joanne suggested.
Okay.
Yeah, fine,
This
I don't
is-
care about that.
That's the roof over, so deny the garage.
It says in the front,
oh,
maintain front roof.
this is the back.
No, but look. Variance front yard average setback maintained front.
Well, there's two front,
That's
there's two, there's one in the rear and one in the front, it says.
This is the front one, here. That's,
Oh,
that's
okay.
typical,
That's
that's,
the front.
That's fine.
Fine.
That's
Where's the
fine.
rear one?
No further enclosure.
No, but what is this back?
The rear one.
It looks like, it looks like a carport, for God's sakes.
I don't know what the hell part of the house. Well, this is the picture. Is that part of the house?
that's the rear. That's,
We don't want these two things.
that's the garage.
And we don't want these two things.
Yeah. Where's the back?
This is the back.
This is, that comes with the roof over. And
It's mostly a grant, except it's a denial as to.
And nothing's gonna obviously preclude the applicant from restoring the garage or constructing.
Yeah, what is this?
We are
Oh,
back
this
to
is a one
this one,
story.
and I think we're
That's one-story livable. I say allow them to have the front
You think
one
it's easy?
and deny the back, the variance lot. Maintain rear roof over attached to dwelling.
Especially being here 10 hours.
All right, second it then.
Okay.
So you seconded?
Yeah.
Let them rip it out. It looks like a
So we
temporary
deny
structure.
the
It's a piece of garbage.
All right, so I just wanna make sure that I understand.
Yes.
So 564, the motion that's on the table is to deny the garage.
Mhm.
565, that's the rear roof over, that's denied. And then 566 is granted with the condition that it remain
open.
Yes. Wasn't the first one the use variance for the accessory structure was denied with the proviso that they could put the garage in?
Yeah, just make
Back
it,
to,
but, yeah, but I.
Make it a zoning compliant garage.
we have a second.
Okay, so
We did it.
Joanne made the motion, Mark, you second?
Yep. Okay, 569 and 570, East Atlantic Beach. Joseph and Marissa Zenny, variances, front yard average setback, rear yard, construct a third floor addition and open roof porch attached to the dwelling, install a pool not permitted in the side yard, and pool equipment not permitted in the front yard. That's at 95 Troy Avenue.
They testified that they would revert it to a one-family dwelling.
Yep, that's correct. That was,
It's good by me.
that's fine.
I thought it was fine, the application.
Who's gonna make the motion?
I will.
Yep.
I make a motion on 569 to 570 East Atlantic Beach, Joseph and Marissa Zenny. Variances, front yard setback, rear yard, construct third floor addition, and open roof porch attached to dwelling. Install pool not permitted on the side, and pool equipment permitted in the front yard. 95 Troy Avenue be granted as requested with the condition that they restore the house to a one-family unit.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Case 571 of 2025, Point Lookout, Christopher and Christina Kyle. Variances, lot area occupied, rear yard maintained, a second-story deck and roof deck, both attached to the dwelling. Property address is 135 Freeport Avenue on Point Lookout.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have a question mark over here, yeah.
Does anybody want to inspect that one?
I'll inspect it, but we have one other issue.
What's the other issue?
I'll take a look.
Yeah, no, somebody should, because the neighbor schmutzed, you know, she came in and, yep. Okay. Case 572 of 2025 Oceanside, John Mitchell. Special exception to maintain a shed with roof over higher and larger than permitted and exceeding horizontal maximum on both sides. There's going to be no further enclosure condition on this one. Other than that, can I have a motion?
I move case 572 of 25 Oceanside, John Mitchell, located at 3350 Poplar Street, be approved as requested with the condition that this shed will remain open.
Yeah,
No
that was,
further
that
enclosure.
that was a nice shed.
Yeah.
too,
looked like
right?
the different-
With the pergola next to it that he didn't call a pergola. All in favor? Any opposed? Case 573 of 2025 Belmore, Christina M. Barnett and Christopher F. Kessinger. Variance side yard aggregate, construct an addition open below, which will remain open, attached to dwelling at 119 Clubhouse Road. Do I have any comments? If not, do I have a motion? Somebody.
I make a motion on 573.
No, Marky Mark. Katura. Katura will make the motion. 573.
There's a sandwich in there, don't help yourself.
I make a motion that for case 573, Christina M. Barnett and Christopher F. Kessinger, 119 Clubhouse Road in Belmar, be approved as requested with the area below the addition not being further enclosed in any way going forward.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? Case 574 of 2025. Belmore, Christopher Charles, variances, lot area occupied, side yard aggregate. Rear yard, construct a two-story addition and wood deck, both attached to dwelling. Property address is 104 Barbara Road. Any comments? Somebody want to make a motion?
I move that case, thank you. 570 574-2025 Christopher Charles at 104 Barbara Road, that the addition to the house, that there shall remain open as depicted on the plan, 10-foot 3-inch opening, remain there, no walls, no doors.
Okay. Second?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? 11 o'clock adjournments, case 465 of 2025, Belmore, Color Corp., DBA Villa d'Aqua. They got religion, came in to appear. This is renewal of a grant to maintain the ID sign. Not permitted in Res C district, setback 7 feet from Belmore Avenue. Property address is 2565 Belmore Avenue. Any comments? If not, do I have a motion?
25, location of property, 2565 Belmore Avenue in Belmore, be granted as requested.
5 years?
5 years,
Same conditions. Second? All in favor? Any opposed? Case 475 of 2025, Oceanside, Great Lincoln LLC, Amy Siebert. Install one double-faced illuminated detached pylon sign, 109 square feet per face. Overall size, 218 square feet. Overall height, 20 foot. Clearance, 5'6" from grade to the bottom of the sign. Setback, 12.99 feet from Atlantic Avenue and 13.65 feet from Long Beach Road. Property address is 12-70 Atlantic Avenue, and I believe one of the board members said you'd like a little more clearance on the bottom.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the rendering and go look at it. I know where it is.
Okay, so we're gonna hold that. We'll hold
Well,
that.
I think you wanted to raise it from 5 foot 6 inches
Yeah.
higher, but I think the location has been that location for years and hasn't made any difference. So I will agree on the height.
Yeah, I mean, if one of the two I prefer, so if you're okay with putting some more height underneath it,
That's fine.
couple
Because
feet.
there's height underneath it right now.
Yeah, I just,
What?
No,
yeah, so maybe if we just
No,
leave
no,
it
no,
at.
but the sign that there's, the sign that is there now
Well,
is
if
higher
she's-
from
if
the
she's
ground to
okay
the
with it.
beginning. Yeah, and
So,
then
like,
if
just
the
add-
location is fine.
If we just add, let's say 3 more feet underneath, Joanne, leave it as it is, 3 more feet clearance.
Yeah, it's 5 foot 6 inches now.
Yeah, it says that, but like, it's really more like 4 because of the footing.
that's 3 more feet.
However you wanna do it procedurally, that's all we wanted.
Well, you said it's 2, why don't we say 10 feet then?
Yeah.
10 feet.
10 feet.
Why do you too high? Is that too high then?
Well, it's just a rendering.
It's 20 feet tall now.
So if we could just get, okay, get your rendering, and we'll do it next time. But tell them to give them to us, let's say with 3 feet more clearance.
I mean, they're gonna talk, it's gonna have to be recaptioned, we're gonna have, I don't think it's that easy, because the sign is very specific.
But I think usually when we do the change, because we want more
No, I get
visibility
that.
under. It's big enough.
I'm good with it. We have a vote on it, because I think most of us are good on it.
Okay,
I'm good with it, the way it is on the thing. How does everybody else vote?
I don't mind if it's a little higher for, some clearance, because don't we always say that it should be higher, like more than the 5 feet?
I would like to know how high it is now.
It's 20 feet.
well, that's what's proposed, right?
You said it would be too big.
That's gonna be 23 if they go up 3 feet.
23.
Well, if you ask for an additional 3 feet of clearance, the sign's not gonna get smaller, it's just gonna go up, so then it would be overall height of 23 feet. With clearance, 5 feet, 6 inches.
Why can't he make the slats a little smaller?
No, it isn't a
It's an installation.
I think you said 14, right?
Yeah, yep, there's my Mo Marvell.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are a
Can
lot
we
of
do
them.
something where, like, I've seen signs where there's a lot and they put like a line in the middle, so there's two on
Two on each side.
there's two on a line.
That's why I was suggesting getting a train.
Make a motion. Go ahead. Somebody make a motion.
Let me see what it looks like.
With respect to case 475 of 25, location of property is 12 to 70 Atlantic Avenue in Oceanside. I move that we grant this request.
All in favor?
Okay, I got you.
How many votes do they
We
need?
got, what we have, she's a nay. We're good. That's okay.
I'm an abstain.
Okay.
Do you still have the votes?
So we
Great.
have
So,
nay,
okay.
abstain, and lucky you, sir, you were absent.
Yeah. Okay. Case 575, 576, and 577 in Merrick. Hildebrando Rincon. Sounds like a town in Puerto Rico. Variance front yard average setback maintained portico. Attached to dwelling maintained shed higher than permitted and exceeding horizontal maximum on two sides. Special exception to maintain a second accessory structure, the pavilion, higher and larger than permitted and exceeding horizontal maximum on two sides. Property address is 1449 Fraser Avenue. Anybody have a comment or someone want to make a motion? You are. No,
Motion.
you just made the last motion. Let's not get greedy. You made the all right, Mark, go ahead. Go ahead, Mark.
Oh, yeah, no, Mr. DeGrace was here for this one.
575, 25 through 577, 25. Maintain a portico attached to the dwelling, maintain shed higher than permitted and exceeding horizontal maximum on two sides. Special exception to maintain second accessory structure, pavilion. We granted with certain conditions.
Perfect, that the open spaces.
Open space remain open.
Second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
All, any opposed? Cases 578 and 579 of 2025, Oceanside, Stephen Oswald. Maintain a frame shed higher than permitted exceeding horizontal maximum with less than required side yard setback and lot area occupied variance. Special exception to maintain a second accessory structure, a vinyl shed with less than required side yard setback and lot area occupied variance. Property address is 305 Links Drive West in Oceanside. Any comments? If not, can I please have a motion?
I move case 578 of 579 of 25 Oceanside, Stephen Oswald at 305 Links Drive West be approved as requested.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? Case 580 in Baldwin. William Braun, variance side yard, maintain air conditioning unit on a platform attached to dwelling. Property address is 1070 McKinley Street. Any comments from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
I move case 580, 2025, William Braun, accepting the property at 1070 McKinley Street in Baldwin, be approved as requested.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Case 581 of 2025, West Hempstead, Rachel Fryman. Variance lot area occupied, construct addition, two-story and second-story additions, all attached to dwelling. Property address is 267 Windsor Lane in West Hempstead. There would, I believe, they agreed to a condition, no bath in the basement. Somebody want to make that motion, please?
I don't even know about that exterior sign. I just have a note that says
that's not before us. Yeah, this is the guy who, yeah, but that's not before us, right? So, what was the motion on 581?
We don't have it.
Can somebody do it?
Case 581-2025 West Hempstead, Rachel Fryman at 267 Windsor Lane, be granted with conditions which are, what was the condition?
No bath in the basement.
That's right, no bathroom in the basement.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 582 of 25 was adjourned to January 21st, 2026 at 2 p.m. Case 395, near Valley Stream, Stephen Friedman, variances. Height, lot area occupied, front yard average setback, side yard aggregate, rear constructed dwelling, demolish existing. Property address is 739 Dumont Place. That's a height variance.
With respect to case 395 and 2025, location of property 739 Dumont Place. This is the building of the new residence. I believe that the height should be denied.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
With new home conditions.
No home as always. And 247, I think we'll hold that one. Can't imagine why.
Unless you want to see a couple of pictures.
The loony bird in the back. You know what I'd like to do? You could grant it, but not the way it was requested, my friend. No. Well, what should actually happen is somebody should reach out to them and say, why don't you people sit down? Try to have a little party and work something out so that we don't have to make a decision that's going to take some people off. The location's horrible. But there are things you can do, to mitigate the problem. Yeah.
Mr. Walsh, he explained why he couldn't meet. Do you believe that was valid?
Well, I honestly believe that now people might have a fresh look at whether or not they're going to meet, including Mr. Benesso and Mr. Walsh. And if the residents are going to be adamant about it, then we have to take our own. Well, all right. You can do that. Yeah. Yeah. You know why? You know why there was no meeting? That clown in back, the rabid dog. God bless him if he's got the shekels. No, it's not going to be. You can't deny the use. You just can't do it. Yeah.
On file 462 of 25 Woodmere, 139 Irving Place LLC, I move that we adopt a negative CEQA declaration as to the CEQA, I move that we adopt a negative declaration as to the CEQA determination based on the testimony given, exhibits in the file, and other materials we have reviewed and analyzed.
I second.
On 462 of 25 Woodmere, 139 Irving Place LLC, I move that we grant the amended plans as requested, 2 stories only.
I second.
At some point, everything can't be perfect, you know?
I move case 497 to 498 of 25 Mara, Karen, and Dale Crans, located at 1993 Laurel Lane, be approved as requested, with conditions.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Persuasive. That's me. I don't know who else. I agree with you. I mean, I think it was, quite frankly, remarkable.
I don't know if that's,
Say it's too noisy.
I,
location of property, 1395 Beach Street. I move that we adopt a negative declaration as to the CEQA determination based on the testimony given, exhibits in the file, and other materials we've reviewed and analyzed. Aye. Again, with respect to case 527 of 2025, location of property, 1395 Beach Street, Atlantic Beach. I move that we grant, I guess, with any conditions. Perfect. Aye. That's you, Jim.
can I have your attention down there? Yes, sir. Case 529-2025, Stephen Brown, renewal of grant to maintain landscaping trucks, 3 of them in a business zone. It's located at 1961 Belmore Avenue in Belmore. An inspection indicated that they had 2 electric meters. I would move that they be granted a term of 3 years with the same conditions, and the additional condition that they remove the second electric meter. He's zoned down.
Unless they come back.
It was done with intention. It was not a mistake. They built this too high, too tall, intentionally. Maybe it turned out to be a mistake at this point, but it was modified the plans.
He says partial testimony was taken.
Yeah,
Did we
so
later
what
take the
happened,
rest?
no, so what happened was it was adjourned from 8:20 because the plans that they had submitted, yeah, the plans that they had submitted, I don't believe were the plans of the as-built. It was the plans of the proposed. So we had to adjourn it, and
So they have to give them the plans.
they did,
Yeah,
they
then
did
we had it-
submit, they submitted the as-built plans, back in support of the October 15th hearing. That
So,
was part of the issue.
this is just my thing. I personally would deny the height. The rest of the stuff is fine.
Is it a height variance?
It's the height variance
Is
when
it,
they,
they built it higher than the permit was for, but is it a height variance or
It's a
they
height
just built
variance.
it higher?
It's a height variance, and it was when they constructed the second
Yeah, I
story
just,
addition.
you know what I
Yep,
This
yeah,
is
it's a
the
proper height variance.
typical whoops, somebody screwed up, but it wasn't me, and the Board of Zoning Appeals is going to approve it.
This is less than
If
that.
I
This,
come in
this
and
is,
sign-
this is slightly different.
It is.
They modified the plans, and that modification, they got a permit. They did not build it to the permit. The owner asked the builder to modify the plans. That caused the height variance. So it's kind of like dirty hands, if that's the correct.
Unclean.
Unclean, yeah, right. It's close.
Make the motion.
I move
Why
that.
not alienate somebody else?
I move that case 447 to 451, that's right? No, 51 be granted as requested, and that case 452, referencing the height, be denied.
So that's granted in part, denied in part.
Second,
Second?
all in favor?
Aye.
Let them worry. I mean, the net effect of all of this is they don't get a CO. That's what happens. They're not gonna take it down until they have to go south. And then they'll come back in and hope that we're all dead, so we
Well-
don't remember what happened.
They might have a CO, but it's gonna have open permit.
They're not gonna have a CO. How are you gonna get a
Yeah.
CO with a height variance? Somebody gives them a CO with a height variance, somebody should go up to, the building department and say, okay, Jocko.
It's not a new house. it's not a new house, so would they need would they give them a new CO?
Interesting
They're gonna have an
point.
open permit.
They
They'll
don't.
have an open permit.
They have an open permit,
Yeah.
and how many closings have you guys been to that a lending institution ignores open permits? So, he'll live happily ever after. I move that case 554, 2022, that it be, yes, that it be restored to the day calendar. Thank you, Christina. I now move that case 554 of 2022, I can't pronounce those names, the renewal of a two-family dwelling, that it be denied for lack of,
On the merits.
on the merits.
Denied on the merits.
Denied on the merits.
With the conditions of the grant.
That they did not comply with the conditions of the grant, which are the merits. Thank you, have a nice day.
Can't we tell, not ask, but tell the, building department they have to go there?
Sure.
Two-family dwelling?
We can speak to the building department.
All in favor?
Aye.
I move as it relates to case 1093 of 2019, the case of property located 229 Hoke Avenue, Oceanside, New York, that we grant a modification of a prior condition that there was not to be a bathroom located in the basement, and allow the applicants to proceed with an application to the building department for such basement bathroom without any preclusion by this board.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.